Today I introduce one of the best-selling book, Dan Brown's Origin. Dan Brown is the author of 8 best-selling novels, including The Da Vinci Code, which has become one of the best-selling books of all time. His Robert Langdon thrillers, including The Lost Symbol, Angels and Demons, Inferno and Origin, have captivated readers worldwide and continue to spark intellectual depth, dialogue and conjecture. Brown's novels are published in 56 languages around the world, with over 250 million copies in print. In 2005, he was named one of the 100 most influential people in the world by Times Magazine, whose editors credited him with keeping the publishing industry afloat. Renewed interest in Leonardo da Vinci and early Christian history, spiking tourism to Paris and Rome, a growing membership in secret societies, the Eyrie of Cardinals in Rome, 8 books denying the claims of the novel, and 7 guides to read along with it, a flood of historical thrillers and a major motion picture franchise. Chapter 1. Professor Robert Langdon gazed up at the 40-foot-tall dog sitting in the plaza. The animal's fur was a living carpet of grass and fragrant flowers. "I am trying to love you," he thought. "I truly am." Langdon pondered the creature a bit longer and then continued along a suspected walkway, descending a sprawling terrace of stairs whose uneven treads were intended to jar the arriving visitor from his usual rhythm and gait. Mission accomplished, Langdon decided, nearly stumbling twice in the irregular steps. At the bottom of the stairs, Langdon jolted to a stop, staring at a massive object that loomed ahead. Now I have seen it all. A towering black Indo spider rose before him, its slender iron legs supporting a bulbous body at least 30 feet in the air. On the spider's underbelly hung a wire mesh sack filled with glass orbs. "Her name is Mammon," a voice said. Langdon lowered his gaze and saw a slender man standing beneath the spider. He wore a black brocade sherwani and had an almost comical curling Salvador Dali mustache. "My name is Fernando," he continued, "and I am here to welcome you to the museum." The man pursued a collection of name tags on a table before him. "May I have your name, please?" "Certainly, Robert Langdon." The man's eyes shot back up. "Ah, I am so sorry. I did not recognize you, sir." "I barely recognize myself," Langdon thought, advancing stiffly in his white bow tie, black tails, and white waistcoat. "I look like a Wiffen-proof." Langdon's classic tails were almost 30 years old, preserved from his days as a member of the Ivy Club at Princeton. But thanks to his faithful daily regimen of swimming laps, the outfit still fit him fairly well. In Langdon's haste to pack, he had grabbed the wrong hanging bag from his closet, leaving his usual tuxedo behind. The invitation said black and white, Langdon said. I trust tales are appropriate. Tales are a classic. You look dashing. The man scurried over and carefully pressed a name tag to the lapel of Langton's jacket. It is an hour to meet you, sir, the mustached man said. No doubt you have visited us before. Langdon gazed through the spider's eggs at the glistening building before them. Actually, I am embarrassed to say I have never been. No, the man feigned, falling over. You are not a fan of modern art? Langdon had always enjoyed the challenge of modern art, primarily with the exploration of why particular works were hailed as masterpieces. Jackson Pollock's drip paintings, Andy Warhol's Campbell's soup cans, Mark Rothko's simple rectangle of color. Even now, Langdon was far more comfortable discussing the religious symbolism of Hieronymus Bosch or the brushwork of Francisco de Goya. I am more of a classicist, Langdon replied. I do better with Da Vinci than with de Kooning. But Da Vinci and de Kooning are so similar. Langdon smiled patiently that I clearly have a bit to learn about de Kooning. Well, you have come to that right place. The man swung his arm toward the massive building. In this museum, you will find one of the finest collections of modern art on earth. I do hope you enjoy. I intend to, Langdon replied. I only wish I knew why I am here. You and everyone else. The man laughed merrily, shaking his head. Your host has been very secretive about the purpose of tonight's event. Not even the museum staff knows what is happening. The mystery is half the fun of it. Rumors are running wild. There are several hundred guests inside, many famous faces, and nobody has any idea what is on the agenda tonight. Now Langdon grinned. Very few hosts on earth would have the bravado to send out last-minute invitation that essentially read, Saturday night, be there, trust me, and even fewer would be able to persuade hundreds of VIPs to drop everything and fly to northern Spain to attend the event. Langdon walked out from beneath the spider and continued along the pathway, glancing up at an enormous red banner that billowed overhead. An evening with Edmund Krish. Edmund has certainly never lacked confidence, Langdon thought, amused. Some 20 years ago, young Eddie Krish had been one of Langdon's first students at Harvard University, a mob-hired computer geek whose interest in codes had led him to Langdon's freshman seminar, Codes, Giffers, and the Language of Symbols. The sophistication of Krish's intellect had impressed Langdon deeply, and although Krish eventually abandoned the dusty world of semiotics for the shining promise of computers, he had Langdon developed a student-teacher bond that had kept them in contact over the past 2 decades since Krish's graduation. Now the student has surpassed his teacher, Langdon thought, by several light years. Today, Edmund Krish was a world-renowned maverick, a billionaire computer scientist, futurist, inventor and entrepreneur. The 40-year-old had feathered an astonishing array of advanced technologies that represented major leaps forward in fields as diverse as robotics, brain science, artificial intelligence, and nanotechnology, and his accurate predictions about future scientific breakthroughs had created a mystical aura around the man. Langdon suspected that Edmund's eerie knack for prognostication stemmed from his astonishingly broad knowledge of the world around him. For as long as Langdon could remember, Edmund had been an insatiable bibliophile, reading everything in sight. The man's passion for books and his capacity for absorbing their contents surpassed anything Langdon had ever witnessed. For the past few years, Krish had lived primarily in Spain, attributing his choice to an ongoing love affair with the country's old world charm, avant-garde architecture, eccentric gin bars, and perfect weather. One a year, when Krish returned to Cambridge to speak at the MIT Media Lab, Langdon would join him for a meal at one of the trendy new Boston hotspot that Langdon had never heard of. Their conversations were never about technology. All Krish ever wanted to discuss with Langdon was the arts. "You are my culture connection, Robert," Krish often joked, "my own private Bachelor of Art." The playful job at Langdon's marital status were particularly ironical, coming from a fellow bachelor who denounced monogamy as an affront to evolution and had been photographed with a wide range of supermodels over the years. Considering Krish computation as an innovator in computer science, and could easily have imagined him being a buttoned-up techno nerd, but he had instead fashioned himself into a modern pop icon who moved in celebrity circles, dressed in the latest styles, listened to arcane underground music, and collected a wide array of priceless impressionist and modern art. Krish often emailed Langdon to get his advice on pieces of art he was considering for his collection, and then he would do the exact opposite, Langdon mused. About a year ago, Krish had surprised Langdon by asking him about art, but about God, an odd topic for a self-proclaimed atheist, over a plate of short-rib crudo at Boston's Tiger Mama. Krish had picked Langdon's brain on the core beliefs of various world religions, particularly their different stories of the creation. Langdon gave him a solid overview of current beliefs, from generalist story shared by Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, all the way through the Hindu story of Brahma, the Babylonian tale of Marduk, and others. "I am curious," Langdon asked as they left the restaurant. "Why is futurist so interested in the past? Does this mean our famous atheists have finally found God?" Edmund let out a hearty laugh. "Wishful think. I am just seizing up my competition, Robert." Langdon smiled. Typical. "Well, science and religion are not competitors. They are two different languages trying to tell the same story. There is room in this world of both." After that meeting, Edmund had dropped out of contact for almost a year, and then out of the blue, 3 days ago, Langdon had received a FedEx enveloped with a plane ticket, a hotel reservation, and a handwritten note from Edmund urging him to attend tonight's event. It reading, Robert, it would mean the world to me if you of all people could attend. Your insight during our last conversation helped make this night possible. Langdon was baffled. Nothing about that conversation seemed remotely relevant to an event that would be hosted by a futurist. The FedEx envelope also included a black and white image of two people standing face to face. Krish had written a short poem to Langdon. Robert, when you see me face to face, I will reveal the empty space. Edmund. Langdon smiled when he saw the image, a clever allusion to an episode in which Langdon had been involved several years earlier. The silhouette of a chalice or grill cup revealed itself in the empty space between two faces. Now Langdon stood outside this museum, eager to learn what his former student was about to announce. A light breeze ruffled his jacket tails as he moved along the cement walkway on the bank of the Nervian River, which had once been the lifeblood of a thriving industrial city. The air smelled vaguely of copper. As Langdon rounded a bend in the pathway, he finally permitted himself to look at the massive, glimmering museum. The structure was impossible to take in at a glance. Instead, his gaze traced back and forth along the entire length of the bizarre, elongated forms. This building doesn't just break the rules, Langdon thought. It ignores them completely. A perfect spot for Edmund. The Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, Spain, looked like something out of an alien hallucination, a swirling collage of warped metallic forms that appeared to have been propped up against one another in an almost random way, stretching into the distance. The chaotic grass of shapes was draped in more than 30,000 titanium tiles, rattling like fish scales, and gave the structure a simultaneously organic and extraterrestrial feel, as if some futuristic Leviathan had crawled out of the water to sun herself on the river bank. When the building was first revealed in 1997, the New Yorker hailed its architect Frank Gehry as having designed a fantastic dream up of undulating form in a cloak of titanium. While other critics around the world gushed, the greatest building of our time, Mercurian Reliance, an astonishing architectural feat. Since the museum's debut, dozens of other deconstructivist buildings had been erected. The Disney Concert Hall in Los Angeles, B&W World in Munich, and even the new library at Langdon's own Alma Mater. Each featured radically unconventional design and construction, and yet Langdon doubted any of them could compete with Bilbao Guggenheim from its sheer shock value. As Langdon approached, the tiled facade seemed to morph with each step, offering a fresh personally from every angle. The museum's most dramatic illusion now became visible. Incredible. From this perspective, the colossal structure appeared to be quite literally floating on water, adrift on a vast infinity lagoon that lapped against the museum's outer walls. Langdon paused a moment to marvel at the effect and then set out to cross the lagoon via the minimalist footbridge that arched over the glassy expanse of water. He was only halfway across when a loud hissing noise startled him. It was emanating from beneath his feet. He stopped short just as a swirling cloud of mist began billowing out from beneath the waterway. The thick veil of fog rose around his and then tumbled outward across the lagoon, rolling toward the museum and engulfing the base of the entire structure. The fog sculpture, Langdon thought. He had read about this work by Japanese artist Fujiko Nagaya. The sculpture was revolutionary in that it was constructed out of the medium of visible air, a wall of fog that materialized and dissipated over time. And because the breeze and atmospheric conditions were never identical, one day to the next, the sculpture was different every time it appeared. The bridge stopped hissing, and Langdon watched the wall of fog settle silently across the lagoon, swirling and creeping as it had a mind of its own. The effect was both ethereal and disorienting. The entire museum now appeared to be hovering over the water, resting weightlessly on a cloud, a ghost ship lost at sea. Just as Langdon was about to set out again, the tranquil surface of the water was shattered by a series of small eruptions. Suddenly, 5 flaming pillars of fire shot skyward out of the lagoon, thundering steadily like rocket engines that pierced the mist-laden air and threw brilliant bursts of light across the museum's titanium tiles. Langdon's own architectural taste tended more to the classic styling of museums like the Louvre or the Prado, and yet as he watched the fog and flame hover above the lagoon, he could think of no place more suitable than this ultra-modern museum to host an event thrown by a man who loved art and innovation and who glimpsed the future so clearly. Now walking through the mist, Langdon pressed on to the museum's entrance, an ominous black hole in the reptilian structure. As he neared the threshold, Langdon had the uneasy sense that he was entering the mouth of a dragon. Chapter 2. Navy Admiral Luis Avila was seated on a bar stool inside a deserted pub in an unfamiliar town. He was drained from his journey, having just flown into this city after a job that had taken him many thousands of miles in 12 hours. He took a sip of his second tonic water and stared at the colorful array of bottles behind the bar. Any man can stay sober in a desert, he mused, but only the loyal can sit in an oasis and refuse to part his lips. Avila had not parted his lips for the devil in almost a year. As he eyed his reflection in the mirrored bar, he permitted himself a rare moment of contentment with the image looking back at him. Avila was one of those fortunate Mediterranean men for whom aging seemed to be more than asset than a liability. Over the years, his stiff black stubble had softened to a distinguished salt and pepper beard. His fiery dark eyes had relaxed to a serene confidence, and his taut olive skin was now sun-drenched and creased, giving him the aura of a man permanently squinting out to sea. Even at 63 years old, his body was lean and toned, an impressive physique further enhanced by his tailored uniform. At the moment, Avila was clothed in his full dress, navy white, a legal-looking livery consisting of a double-breasted white jacket, broad black shoulder boards, an imposing array of service medals, a stretched white standing collar shirt, and silk trimmed white slacks. The Spanish Armada may not be the most potent navy on earth anymore, but we still know how to dress an officer. The admiral had not donned his uniform in years, but this was a special night, and earlier, as he walked the streets of this unknown town, he had enjoyed the favorable look of women as well as the wide berth afforded him by men. Everyone respects those who live by a code. Otra Tonica, the pretty barmaid asked. She was in her 30s, was full-figured, and had a playful smile. Avila shook his head. No, gracious. This pub was entirely empty, and Avila could feel the barmaid's eyes admiring him. It felt good to be seen again. I have returned from the abyss. The horrific event that all but destroyed Avila's life 5 years ago would forever lurk in the recesses of his mind, a single deafening instant in which the earth had opened up and swallowed him all. Cathedral of Seville. Easter morning. The Andalusian sun was streaming through stained glass, splashing kaleidoscopes of color in radiant bursts across the cathedral's stone interior. The pipe organ thundered in joyous celebration as thousands of worshippers celebrated the miracle of resurrection. Avila knelt at the communion rail, his heart swelling with gratitude. After a lifetime of service to the sea, he had been blessed with the greatest of God's gifts, a family. Smiling broadly, Avila turned and glanced back over his shoulder at his young wife, Maria, who was still seated in the pose, far too pregnant to make the long walk up the aisle. Beside her, their 3-year-old son, Pep, waved excitedly at his father. Avila winked at the boy, and Maria smiled warmly at her husband. Thank you, God, Avila thought as he turned back to the railing to accept the chalice. An instant later, a deafening explosion ripped through the pristine cathedral. In a flash of light, his entire world erupted in fire. The blast wave drove Avila violently forward into the communion rail, his body crushed by the scalding surge of debris and human body parts. When Avila regained consciousness, he was unable to breathe in the thick smoke, and for a moment he had no idea where he was or what had happened. Then above the ringing in his ears, he heard the anguished screams. Avelia climbed to his feet, realizing with horror where he was. He told himself this was all a terrible dream. He staggered back through the smoke-filled cathedral, clambering past mourning and mutilated victims, stumbling in desperation to the approximate area where his wife and son had been smiling only moments ago. There was nothing there, no pose, no people, only bloody debris on the charred stone floor. The grisly memory was mercifully shattered by the chime of the jangling bar doors. Avelia seized his tonica and took a quick sip, shaking off the darkness as he had been forced to do so many times before. The bar door swung wide, and Avelia turned to see two burly men stumble in. They were singing an off-key Irish fight song and wearing green football jerseys, but strained to cover their bellies. Apparently, this afternoon's match had gone the way of Ireland's visiting team. I will take that as my cue, Avelia thought, standing up. He asked for his bill, but the barmaid winked and waved him off. Avelia thanked her and turned to go. Bloody hell, one of the newcomers shouted, staring at Avelia's stately uniform. It is the King of Spain. Both men erupted with laughter, lurching toward him. Avelia attempted to step around them and leave, but the larger man roughly grabbed his arm and pulled him back to a bar stool. Hold on, Your Highness. We came all the way to Spain. We are gonna have a pint with the king. Avelia eyed the man's grubby hand on his freshly pressed sleeve. Let go, he said quietly. I need to leave. No, you need to stay for a beer, amigo. The man tightened his grip as his friend started poking with a dirty finger at the medals on Avelia's chest. Looks like you are quite a hero, Fox. The man tugged on one of Avelia's most prized emblems, a medieval mace. So you are a knight in shining armor, he guffawed. Tolerance. Avelia reminded himself he had met countless men like this, simply-minded, unhappy souls who had never stood for anything, men who blindly abused the liberties and freedom that others had fought to give them. Actually, Avelia replied gently, the mace is the symbol of the Spanish Navy's Unidad de Operations Especiales, Special Ops. The man faked a fearful shudder. That is very impressive. And what about that symbol? He pointed to Avelia's right hand. Avelia glanced down at his palm. In the center of the soft flesh was inscribed a black tattoo, a symbol that dated back to the 14th century. This marking serves as my protection, Avelia thought, eyeing the emblem, although I will not need it. Never mind, the hooligan said, finally letting go of Avelia's arm and turning his attention to the barmaid. You are a cute one, he said. Are you 100% Spanish? I am, she answered graciously. You don't have some Irish in you? No. Would you like some? The man convulsed in hysteric and pounded the bar. Leave her alone, Avelia commanded. The man wheeled glaring at him. The second thug poked Avila hard in the chest. You trying to tell us what to do? Avila took a deep breath, feeling tired after this day's long journey, and he motioned to the bar. Gentlemen, please sit down. I will buy you a beer. I am glad, he is saying. The barmaid thought, although she could take care of herself, witnessing how calmly this officer was dealing with these two brutes, had left her a little weak-kneed and hoping he might stay until closing time. The officer had ordered 2 beers and another tonic water for himself, reclaiming his seat at the bar. The 2 football hooligans sat on either side of him. Tonic water, one taunted. I thought we were drinking together. The officer gave the barmaid a tired smile and finished his tonic. I am afraid I have an appointment, the officer said, standing up, but enjoy your beers. As he stood, both men, as if rehearsed, slammed rough hands on his shoulders and shoved him back into the stool. A spark of anger flashed across the officer's eyes and then disappeared. Grandpa, I don't think you want to leave us alone with your girlfriend here. The thug looked at her and did something disgusting with his tongue. The officer sat quietly for a long moment and then reached into his jacket. Both guys grabbed him. Hey, what are you doing? Very slowly, the officer pulled out a cell phone and said something to the men in Spanish. They stared at him uncomprehendingly, and he switched back to English. I am sorry, I just need to call my wife and tell her I will be late. It looks like I am going to be here a while. Now you are talking, mate, the larger of the two said, draining his beer and slamming the glass down in the bar. Another. As the barmaid refilled the thug's glasses, she watched in the mirror as the officer touched a few keys on his phone and then held it to his ear. The call went through and he spoke in rapid Spanish. Before she could process his meaning, there was a blur of white and the officer spun to his right, sending an elbow smashed upward into the larger thug's nose with a sickening crunch. The man's face erupted in red and he fell back. Before the second man could react, the officer spun again, this time to his left, this other elbow crashing hard into man's windpipe and sending him backward off the stool. The barmaid stared in shock at the 2 men on the floor, one screaming in agony, the other gasping and clutching his throat. The officer stood slowly with an eerie calm. He removed his wallet and placed a €100 note on the bar. My apologies, he said to her in Spanish. The police will be here shortly to help you. Then he turned and left. Outside, Admiral Avila inhaled the night air and made his way along Alameda de Macedo toward the river. Police sirens approached and he slipped into the shadows to let the authorities pass. There was serious work to do, and Avila could not afford further complications tonight. The regent clearly outlined tonight's mission. For Avila, there was a simply serenity in taking orders from the regent. No decisions, no culpability, just action. After a career of giving commands, it was a relief to relinquish the helm and let others steer this ship. In this war, I am a foot soldier. Several days ago, the regent had shared with him a secret to disturbing that Avila had seen no choice but to offer himself fully to the cause. The brutality of last night's mission still haunted him, and yet he knew his actions would be forgiven. Righteousness exists in many forms, and more dead will come before tonight is over. As Avila emerged into an open plaza on the riverbank, he raised his eyes to the massive structure before him. It was an undulating mess of perverse forms covered in metal tile, as if 2000 years of architectural progress had been tossed out the windows in favor of total chaos. Some call this a museum. I call it a monstrosity. Focusing his thoughts, Avila crossed the plaza, winding his way through a series of bizarre sculptures outside Bilbao's Guggenheim Museum. As he neared the building, he watched dozens of guests mingling in their finest black and white. The godless masses have congregated, but tonight will not go as any of them imagine. He straightened his admiral's cap and soothed his jacket, mentally fortifying himself for the task that lay ahead. Tonight was part of a far greater mission, a crusade of righteousness. As Avila crossed the courtyard toward the museum's entrance, he gently touched the rosary in his pocket. Chapter 3. The museum atrium felt like a futuristic cathedral. As Langdon stepped inside, his gaze shifted immediately skyward, climbing a set of colossal white pillars along a towering curtain of glass, ascending 200 feet to a vaulted ceiling, where halogen spotlights blazed pure white light. Suspended in the air, a network of catwalks and balconies traversed the heavens, dotted with black and white clad visions. Above moved in and out of the upper galleries and stood at high windows, admiring the lagoon below. Nearby, a glass elevator slid slightly back down the wall, returning to earth to collect more guests. It was like no museum Langdon had ever seen. Even the acoustics felt foreign. Instead of the traditional reverent hush created by sound dampening finishes, this place was alive with murmuring echoes of voices percolating off the stone and glass. For Langdon, the only familiar sensation was the sterile tang on the back of his tongue. Museum air was the same worldwide, filtered meticulously of all particulates and oxidants, and then moistened with ionizing water to 45% humidity. Langdon moved through a series of surprisingly tight security points, noticing more than a few armed guards, and finally found himself standing at another check-in table. A young woman was handing out headset. Audiobook. Langdon smiled. No thanks. As he neared the table, though, the woman stopped him, switching to perfect English. I am sorry, sir, but our host tonight, Mr. Edmund Krish, has asked that everyone wear a headset. It is part of the evening's experience. Oh, of course, I will take one. Langdon reached for a headset, but she waved him off, checking his name tag against the long list of guests, finding his name and then handing him a headset whose number was matched with his name. The tours tonight are customized for each individual visitor. Really? Langdon looked around. There are hundreds of guests. Langdon eyed the headset, which was nothing but a sleek loop of metal with tiny pads at each end. Perhaps seeing his puzzled look, the young woman came around to help him. There are quite new, she said, helping him done the device. Then transducer pads doesn't go inside your ears, but rather rest on your face. She placed the loop behind his head and positioned the pads to that they gently clamped into his face, just above the jawbone and below the temple. But how? Bone conduction technology. The transducers drive sound directly into the bones of your jaw, allowing sound to reach your cochlea directly. I tried it earlier and it is really quite amazing, like having a voice inside your head. What is more, it leaves your ears free to have outside conversations. Very clever. The technology was invented by Mr. Krish more than a decade ago. It is now available in many brands of consumer headphones. I hope Ludwig van Beethoven gets his cut. Langdon thought, fairly certain that the original inventor of bone conduction technology was the 18th century composer who, upon going deaf, discovered he could affix a metal rod to his piano and bite down on it while he played, enabling him to hear perfectly through vibration in his jawbone. We hope you enjoy your tour experience, the woman said. You have about an hour to explore the museum before the presentation. Your audio guide will alert you when it is time to go upstairs to the auditorium. Thank you. Do I need to press anything too? No, the device is self-activating. Your guided tour will begin as soon as you start moving. Ah yes, of course, Langdon said with a smile. He headed out across the atrium, moving toward a scattering of other guests, all waiting for the elevator and wearing similar headsets pressed to their jawbones. He was only halfway across the atrium when a male voice sounded in his head. Good evening and welcome to the Guggenheim in Bilbao. Langdon knew it was his headset, but he still stopped short and looked behind him. The effect was startling, precisely as the young woman had described, like having someone inside your head. A most heartfelt welcome to you, Professor Langdon. The voice was friendly and light, with a jaunty British accent. My name is Vincent, and I am honored to be your guide this evening. Who did they get to record this? Hugh Grant. Tonight, the cheery voice continued. You may feel free to mentor as you wish, anywhere you like, and I will endeavor to enlighten you as to what it is you are viewing. Apparently, in addition to a chirpy narrator, personalized recordings and bone conduction technology, each headset was equipped with GPS to discern precisely where in the museum the visitor was standing and therefore what commentary to generate. I do realize, sir, the voice added, that as a professor of art, You are one of our more savvy guests, and so perhaps you will have little need of my input. Worse yet, it is possible you will wholly disagree with my analysis of certain pieces. The voice gave an awkward chuckle. Seriously? Who wrote this script? The merry tone and personalized service were admittedly a charming touch, but Langdon could not imagine the amount of effort it must have taken to customize hundreds of headsets. Thankfully, the voice felt silent now, as if it had exhausted its pre-programmed welcome dialogue. Langdon glanced across the atrium at another enormous red banner suspended above the crowd. Edmund Krish, tonight we move forward. What in the world is Edmund going to announce? Langdon turned his eyes to the elevator, where a cluster of chatting guests, including two famous founders of global internet companies, a prominent Indian actor, and various other well-dressed VIPs, whom Langdon sensed he probably should know, what in feeling both disinclined and ill-prepared to make small talk on the topics of social media and Bollywood. Langdon moved in the opposite direction, drifting toward a large piece of modern art that stood against the far wall. The installation was nestled in a dark grotto and consisted of 9 narrow conveyor belts that emerged from slits in the floor and raised upward, disappearing into slits in the ceiling. The piece resembled 9 moving walkways running on a vertical plane. Each conveyor bore an illuminated message which scrolled skyward. I pray loud, I smell you on my skin, I say your name. As Langdon got closer, though, he realized that the moving bands were in fact stationary. The illusion of motion was created by a skin of tiny LED light positioned on each vertical beam. The lights lit up in rapid succession to form words that materialized out of the floor, raised up the beam, and disappeared into the ceiling. I am crying hard. There was blood. No one told me. Langdon moved in and around the vertical beams, taking it all in. This is a challenging piece, the audio guide declared, returning suddenly. It is called Installation for Bilbao and was created by conceptual artist Jenny Holzer. It consists of 9 LED signboards, each 40 feet tall, transmitting quotes in Basque, Spanish and English, all related to the horrors of AIDS and the pain endured by those left behind. Langdon had to admit the effect was mesmerizing and somehow heartbreaking. Perhaps you have seen Jenny Holzer's work before. Langdon felt hypnotized by the text posing skyward. I bury my head, I bury your head, I bury you. Mr. Langdon, the voice in his head chimed. Can you hear me? Is your headset working? Langdon was jolted from his thoughts. I am sorry. What? Hello? Yes, hello, the voice replied. I believed we have already said our greetings. I am just checking to see if you can hear me. I am sorry, Langdon stammered, spinning away from the exhibit and looking out across the atrium. I thought you were a recording. I didn't realize I had a real person on the line. Langdon pictured a cubicle farm mannered by an army of curators armed with headsets and museum catalogs. No problem, sir. I will be your personal guide for the evening. Your headset has a microphone in it as well. This program is intended as an interactive experience in which you and I can have a dialogue about art. Langdon could now see that other guests were also speaking into their headsets. Even those who had come as couples appeared to have separated a bit, exchanging besuming looks as they carried on private conversations with their personal docets. Even every guest here as a private guide. Yes, sir. Tonight we are individually touring 318 guests. That is incredible. Well, as you know, Edmund Krish is an avid fan of art and technology. He designed this system specifically for museums in hopes of replacing group tours, which he despises. This way, every visitor can enjoy a private tour more at his own pace. Ask the question he might be embraced to ask in a group situation. It is really much more intimate and immersive. Not to sound old fashioned, but why not just walk each of us around in person? Logistics, the man replied, adding personal docents to a museum event would literally double the number of people on the floor and necessarily cut in half the number of possible visitors. Moreover, the cacophony of all the docents lecturing simultaneously would be distracting. The idea here is to make discussion a seamless experience. One of the objectives of art, Mr. Krish always says, is to promote dialogue. I entirely agree, Langdon replies, and that is why people often visit museums with a date or a friend. This headset might be considered a bit antisocial. Well, the Brit replied, if you come with a date or friend, you can assign all the headsets to a single docent and enjoy a group discussion. The software is really quite advanced. You seem to have an answer for everything. That is, in fact, my job. The guide gave an embraced laugh and abruptly shifting gears. Now, browser, if you move across the atrium toward the windows, you will see the museum's largest painting. As Langdon began walking across the atrium, he passed an attractive 30-something couple wearing matching white baseball caps. Emblazoned on the front of both caps, rather than a corporate logo, was a surprising symbol. It was an icon Langdon knew well, and yet he had never seen it on a cap. In recent years, this highly stylish letter A had become the universal symbol for one of the planet's fastest growing and increasingly vocal demographics. Atheists who had begun speaking out more forcefully every day against what they considered the dangers of religious belief. Atheists now have their own baseball cap, as he surveyed and congregation of touch-savvy geniuses mingling around him. Langdon reminded himself that many of these young analytical minds were probably very anti-religious, just like Edmund. Tonight's audience was not exactly the home crowd for a professor of religious symbology. Chapter 4 conspiracynet.com Breaking news. Update. Conspiracy Net's top 10 media stories of the day can be viewed by clicking here. Also, we have a brand new story just now breaking. Edmund Krish surprise announcement. Dutch Titans have flooded Bilbao, Spain this evening to attend a VIP event hosted by futurist Edmund Krish at the Guggenheim Museum. Security is extremely tight and guests have not been told the purpose of the event, but Conspiracy Net has received a tip from an inside source suggesting that Edmund Krish will be speaking shortly and is planning to surprise his guests with a major scientific announcement. Conspiracy Net will continue to monitor the story and deliver news as we received it. Chapter 5 The largest synagogue in Europe is located in Budapest on Doni Street, built in the Moorish style with massive tin spires. The shrine has seated for more than 3,000 worshippers, with downstairs pause for the men and balcony benches for the women. Outside in the garden, in a mass burial pit, are interred the bodies of hundreds of Hungarian Jews who died during the horrors of the Nazi occupation. The site is marked by a tree of life, a metal sculpture depicting a weeping willow, whose leaves are each described with the name of the victim. When a breeze blows, the metal leaves rattle against one another, clattering with an eerie echo above the hollowed ground. For more than 3 decades, the spiritual leaders of the great synagogue had been the eminent Talmudic scholar and Kabbalist Rabbi Yehuda Kos, who, despite his advancing years and poor health, remained an active member of the Jewish community both in Hungary and around the world. As the sun set across the Danube, Rabbi Kos exited the synagogue. He made his way past the boutique and mysterious ruin bars of Doni Street en route to his home on Mercius 15 Square, a stone's throw from Elizabeth Bridge, which linked the ancient cities of Buda and Pest, which were formally united in 1873. The Passover holidays were fast approaching, normally one of Kov's most joyous time of the year, and yet ever since his return last week from the Parliament of the World's Religion, he had been feeling only a bottomless disgust. I wish I had never attended the extraordinary meeting with Bishop Valspino, Allah Said Al-Fadil, and futurist Edmund Krish had plagued Kov's thoughts for 3 full days. Now, as Kovs arrived home, he strode directly to his country yard garden and unlocked his hesiko, the small cottage that served as his private sanctuary and study. The cottage was a single room with high bookshelves that sagged under the weight of religious tomes. Kovs strode to his desk and sat down, rowing at the mess before him. If anyone saw my desk this week, they would think I would lost my mind. Strewn across the work surface, a half dozen Obscure religious texts lay open, plastered with sticky notes behind them. Propped open on wooden stands were three heavy volumes, Hebrew, Aramaic and English versions of the Torah, each open to the same book, Genesis. In the beginning, Coase could, of course, recite Genesis from memory in all three languages. He was more likely to be reading academic commentary on the Zohar or advanced Kabbalistic cosmology theory. For a scholar of Coase caliber to study Genesis was much like Einstein going back to study grade school arithmetic. Nonetheless, that is what the rabbi had been doing this week, and the notepad on his desk looked to have been assaulted by a wild torrent of hand-scrawled notes, so messy that Coase could barely make them out himself. I look like I have turned into a lunatic. Rabbi Coase had started with the Torah, the Genesis story stated by Jews and Christians alike. In the beginning of God created the heaven and the earth. Next he had turned to the instructional texts of the Talmud, rereading the rabbinic elucidation on Mash Bereshit, the act of creation. After that, he delved into the Midrash, poring over the commentaries of various venerated exegetes who had attempted to explain the perceived contradictions in the traditional creation story. Finally, Coase buried himself in the mystical Kabbalistic science of the Zohar, in which the unknowable God manifested as 10 different sephirot or dimensions, arranged along channels called the Tree of Life, and from which blossomed 4 separate universes. The arcane complexity of the beliefs that made up Judaism had always been comforting to Coase, a reminder from God that humankind was not meant to understand all things. And yet now, after viewing Edmund Crish's presentation and contemplating the simplicity and clarity of what Crish had discovered, Coase felt like he had spent the past 3 days staring into a collection of outdated contradictions. At one point, all he could do was push aside his ancient texts and go for a long walk along the Danube to gather his thoughts. Rabbi Coase had finally begun to accept a painful truth. Crish's work would indeed have devastating repercussion for the faithful soul of this world. The scientist's revelation boldly contradicted among every established religious doctrine, and it did so in a distressingly simple and persuasive manner. I cannot forget that final image, Coase thought, recalling the distressing conclusion of Crish's presentation that they had watched on Crish's oversized photo. This news will affect every human being, not just the pious. Now, despite his reflections over the last few days, Rabbi Coase still felt no closer to knowing what to do with the information that Krish had provided. He doubted Valspino and Al-Fadil had found any clarity either. The three men had communicated by phone 2 days ago, but the conversation had not been productive. My friends, Valspino had begun. Obviously, Mr. Krish's presentation was disturbing on many levels. I urged him to call and discuss it further with me, but he has gone silent. Now I believe we have a decision to make. I have made my decision, said Al-Fadil. We cannot sit idly by. We need to take control of this situation. Krish has a well-publicized scorn for religion, and he will frame his discovery in a way to do as much damage as possible to the future of faith. We must be proactive. We must announce his discovery ourselves immediately. We must cast it in the proper light so as to soften the impact and make it as a non-threatening as possible to the believers in the spiritual world. I realize we discussing going public, Valspino said, but unfortunately I cannot imagine how one frame this information in a non-threatening way. He sighed heavily. There is also the issue of our vow to Mr. Krish that we would keep his secret. True, Al-Fadil said, and I too am conflicted about breaking that vow. But I feel we must choose the lesser of two evils and take action on behalf of the greater good. We are all under attack, Muslims, Jews, Christians, Hindus, all religions alike, and considering that our faith all conquer on the fundamental truths that Mr. Krish is undermining, we have an obligation to present this material in a way that does not distress our communities. I fear there is no way this will make any sense, Valspino said. If we are entertaining the notion of going public with the Krish news, the only viable approach will be to cast doubt on his discovery, to discredit him before he can get this message out. Edmund Krish, Al-Fadil challenged, a brilliant scientist who has never been wrong about anything. Were we all in the same meeting with Krish? His presentation was persuasive. Valspino groaned, no more persuasive than presentations made by Galileo, Bruno, or Copernicus in their day. Religions have been in this predicament before. This is just science banging on our door once again, but on a far deeper level than the discoveries of physics and astronomy. Al-Fadil exclaimed. Krish is challenging the very core, the fundamental truth of everything we believe. You can cite history all you like, but don't forget, despite your Vatican's best effort to silence men like Galileo, his science eventually prevailed, and Krish's will too. There is no way to stop this from happening. There was a grave silence. My position on this matter is simple, Valspino said. I wish Edmund Krish had not made this discovery. I fear that we are unprepared to handle his findings, and my strong preference is that this information never see the light of day. He paused. At the same time, I believe that the events of our world happen according to God's plan, perhaps with prayer. God will speak to Mr. Krish and persuade him to reconsider making his discovery public. Al-Fadil scoffed audibly. I don't think Mr. Krish is the kind of man capable of hearing the voice of God. Perhaps not, Valspino said, but miracles happen every day. Al-Fadil fired back hotly. With all due respect, unless you are praying that God strikes Krish dead before he can announce. Gentlemen, Cobbs intervened, attempting to refuse the growing tension. Our decision need not be rushed. We don't need to reach a consensus tonight, Mr. Krish said. His announcement is a month away. Might I suggest that we mediate privately on the matter and speak again in several days? Perhaps the proper course will reveal itself through reflection. Wise counsel, Valspino replied. We should not wait too long, Al-Fadil cautioned. Let us speak again by phone 2 days from now. Agreed, Valspino said. We can make our final decision at that time. That had been 2 days ago, and now the night of their follow-up conversation had arrived. Along in his Hasiko study, Rabbi Cobbs was growing anxious. Tonight's scheduled call was now almost 10 minutes overdue. At last the phone rang. The Cobbs seized it. Hello, Rabbi, said Bishop Valspino, sounding troubled. I am sorry for the delay. He paused. I am afraid Allama Al-Fadil will not be joining us on this call. Oh, Cobbs said with surprise. Is everything all right? I don't know. I have been trying to reach him all day, but the Allama seems to have disappeared. None of his colleagues have any idea where he is. Cobbs felt a chill. That is alarming. I agree. I hope he is okay. Unfortunately, I have more news. The bishop paused, his tone darkening further. I have just learned that Edmund Krish is holding an event to share his discovery with the world tonight. Tonight, Cobbs disarmed. He said it would be a month. Yes, Valspino said. He lied. Chapter 6. Vincent's friendly voice reverberated in Langdon's headset. Directly in front of you, Professor, you will see the largest painting in our collection, though most guests do not spot it right away. Langdon gazed across the museum's atrium, but saw nothing except a wall of glass that looked out over the lagoon. I am sorry. I think I may be in the majority here. I don't see a painting. Well, it is displaced rather unconventionally, Vincent said with a laugh. The canvas is mounted not on the wall, but rather on the floor. I should have guessed, Langdon thought, lowering his gaze and moving forward until he saw the sprawling rectangular canvas stretched out across the stone at his feet. The enormous painting consisted of a single color, a monochrome field of deep blue, and viewers stood around its perimeter, staring down at it as if peering into a small pond. This painting is nearly 6,000 square feet, Vincent offered. Langdon realized it was 10 times the size of his first Cambridge apartment. It is by V.S. Klein and has become affectionately known as the swimming pool. Langdon had to admit that the arresting richness of this shade of blue gave him the sense he could dive directly into the canvas. Klein invented this color, Vincent continued. It is called International Klein Blue, and he claimed its profundity evoked the immateriality and boundlessness of his own utopian vision of the world. Langdon sensed Vincent was now reading from a script. Klein is best known for his blue paintings, but he is also known for a as disturbing trick photograph called Leap into the Void, which caused quite a panic when it was revealed in 1960. Langdon had seen Leap into the Void at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. The photo was more than a little disconcerting, depicting a well-dressed man doing a swan dive off a high building and plunging toward the pavement. In truth, the image was a trick, brilliantly conceived and devilishly retouched with a razor blade long before the days of Photoshop. In addition, Vincent said Klein also composes musical pieces, monotone silence, in which a symphony orchestra performs a single D major chord for a full 20 minutes, and people listen, thousands, and the one chord is just the first movement in the second movement. The orchestra sits motionless and performs pure silence for 20 minutes. You are joking, right? No, I am quite serious. In its defense, the performance was probably not as dull as it might sound. The stage also included 3 naked women, slathered in blue paint, rolling around on giant canvases. Although Langdon had devoted the better part of his career to studying art, it troubled him that he had never quite learned how to appreciate the art world's more avant-garde offering. The appeal of modern art remained a mystery to him. I mean, no disrespect, Vincent, but I have got to tell you, I often find it hard to know when something is modern art and when something is just plain bizarre. Vincent's reply was deadpan. Well, that is often the question, isn't it? In your world of classical art, pieces are revered for the artist's skill of execution. That is how deftly he places the brush to canvas or the chisel to stone. In modern art, however, masterpieces are often more about the idea than the execution. For example, anyone could easily compose a 40-minute symphony consisting of nothing but one chord, the silence. But it was Klein had the idea. Fair enough, of course. The fog sculpture outside is a perfect example of conceptual art. The artist had an idea to run perforated pipes beneath the bridge and blow fog into the lagoon, but the creation of the piece was performed by local plumbers. Vincent posed, although I do give the artist very high marks for using her medium as a code. Fog is a code. It is a cryptic tribute to the museum's architect, Frank O. Gehry, Vincent corrected. Clever. As Langdon moved toward the windows, Vincent said, You have a nice view of the spider from here. Did you see Mammon on your way in? Langdon gazed out the window across the lagoon to the massive black widow sculpture on the plaza. Yes, she is pretty hard to miss. I sense from your intonation that you are not a fan. I am trying to be. Langdon posed. As a classicist, I am a bit of a Fish out of water here. Interesting, Vincent said. I had imagined that you of all people would appreciate Mammon. She is a perfect example of the classical notion of juxtaposition. In fact, you might want to use her in class when you next teach the concept. Langdon eyed the spider, seeing nothing of the sort. When it came to teaching juxtaposition, Langdon preferred something a bit more traditional. I think I will stick with the David. Yes, Michelangelo is the gold standard, Vincent said with a chuckle, brilliantly posing David in an effeminate contrapposto, his limp wrist casually holding a flaccid slingshot, conveying a feminine vulnerability, and yet David's eye radiated lethal determination, his tandems and veins bulging in anticipation of killing Goliath. The work is simultaneously delicate and deadly. Langdon was impressed with the description and wished his own students had a clear understanding of Michelangelo's masterpiece. Mammon is no different from David, Vincent said, an equally bold juxtaposition of opposing archetypal principles. In nature, the black widow is a fearful creature, a predator who captures victims in her web and kills them. Despite being lethal, she is depicted here with a burgeoning egg sac, preparing to give life, making her both predator and progenitor, a powerful core perched atop impossibly slender legs, conveying both strength and fragility. Mammon could be called a modern day David, if you will. I won't, Langdon replied, smiling, but I must admit your analysis gives me food for thought. Good. Then let me show you one final work. It happens to be an Edmund Crish original. Really? I never knew Edmund was an artist. Vincent laughed. I will let you be the judge of that. Langdon let Vincent guide him past the windows to a special alcove in which a group of guests had assembled before a large slab of dried mud hanging on the wall. At first glance, the slab of hardened clay reminded Langdon of a museum fossil exhibit, but this mud contains no fossils. Instead, it bore crudely etched markings similar to those a child might draw with a stick in wet cement. The crowd looked unimpressed. Edmund did this, grumbled a mink-clad woman with botoxed lips. I don't get it. The teacher in Langdon could not resist. It is actually quite clever, he interrupted. So far it is my favorite piece in the entire museum. The woman spun, eyeing him with more than a hint of disdain. Oh really? Then do enlighten me. I would be happy to. Langdon walked over to the series of marking etched coarsely into the clay surface. Well, fine of all, Langdon said. Edmund inscribed this piece in clay as a homage to mankind's earliest written language, cuneiform. The woman blinked, looking uncertain. The three heavy markings in the middle. Langdon continued, spell the word fish in an Assyrian. It is called a pictogram. If you look carefully, you can imagine the fish open mouth facing right, as well as the triangular scales in his body. The assembled group all cocked their heads, studying the work again. And if you look over here, Langdon said, pointing to the series of depressions to the left of the fish, you can see that Edmund made footprints in the mud behind the fish to represent fish historic evolutionary step into land. Heads began to nod appreciatively. And finally, Langdon said, the asymmetrical asterisk on the right, the symbol that the fish appears to be consuming, is one of history's oldest symbol for God. The botoxed woman turned and scowled at him. A fish is eating God? Apparently so. It is a playful version of the Darwin fish. Evolution consuming religion. Langdon gave the group a casual shrug. As I said, pretty clever. As Langdon walked off, he could hear the crowd muttering behind him, and Vincent let out a laugh. Very amusing, Professor. Langdon would have appreciated your impromptu lecture. Not many people decipher that one. Well, Langdon said, that is, in fact, my job. Yes, I can now see why Mr. Krish asked me to consider you an extra special guest. In fact, he asked me to show you something that none of the other guests are going to experience tonight. Oh, what would that be? To the right of the main windows, do you see a hallway that is cordoned off? Langdon peered to his right. I do. Good. Please follow my directions. Uncertain, Langdon obeyed Vincent's step-by-step instructions. He walked to the corridor entrance, and after double-checking that nobody was watching, he discreetly squeezed his behind the stanchions and slipped down the hallway out of sight. Now, having left the atrium crowd behind, Langdon walked 30 feet to a metal door with a numeric keypad. Type the 6-digit, Vincent said, providing Langdon with the numbers. Langdon typed the code and the door clicked. Okay, Professor, please enter. Langdon stood a moment, uncertain what to expect. Then, gathering himself, he pushed open the door. The space beyond was almost entirely dark. I will bring the light up for you, Vincent said. Please walk in and close the door. Langdon inched inside, straining to see into the darkness. He closed the door behind him and lock clicked. Gradually, soft lighting began to glow around the edges of the room, revealing an unthinkable cavernous space, a single gaping chamber, like an airplane hangar for a fleet of jumbo jets. 34,000 square feet, Vincent offered. The room entirely dwarfed the atrium. As the light continued to glow brighter, Langdon could see a group of massive forms out on the floor. 7 or 8 murky silhouette like dinosaurs grazing in the night. What in the world am I looking at? Langdon demanded. It is called the matter of time. Vincent's cheery voice reverberated through Langdon's headset. It is the heaviest piece of art in the museum, over £2 million. Langdon was still trying to get his bearings. And why am I in here alone? As I said, Mr. Krish asked me to show you these amazing objects. The lights increased to full strength, flooding the vast space with a soft glow, and Langdon could only stare in bewilderment at the scene before him. I have entered a parallel universe. Chapter 7. Admiral Louis Avelia arrived at the museum's security checkpoint and glanced at his watch to assure himself he was on schedule. Perfect. He presented his Documento Nacional de Identidad to the employees manning the guest list. For a moment, Avela's pulse quickened when his name could not be located on the list. Finally, they found it at the bottom, a last-minute addition, and Avela was allowed to enter, exactly as the regent promised me. How he had accomplished this feat, Avela had no idea. Tonight's guest list was said to be ironclad. He continued to the metal detector, where he removed his cell phone and placed it in the dish. Then, with extreme care, he extracted an unusually heavy set of rosary beads from his jacket pocket and laid it over his phone. Gently, he told himself, very gently. The security guard waved him through the metal detector and carried the dish of personal items around to the other side. Q. Rosario Tan Benito, the guard said, admiring the metal rosary, which consisting a strong beaded chain and a thick rounded cross. Gracious, Avela replied, I constructed it myself. Avela walked through the dictator without incident. On the other side, he collected his phone and rosary, replacing them gently in his pocket before pressing on to a second checkpoint, where he was given an unusual audio headset. I don't need an audio tour, he thought. I have work to do. As he moved across the atrium, he discreetly dumped the headset into the trash receptacle. His heart was pounding as he scanned the building for a private place to contact the regent and let him know he was safely inside. For God, country and king, he thought, but mostly for God. At that moment, in the deepest recesses of the moonlit desert outside Dubai, he belonged 78-year-old Allama Said Al-Fadil strained in agony as he scrolled through deep sand. He could go no further. Al-Fadil's skin was blistered and burned, his throat so raw he could barely pull a breath. The sand-laden winds had blinded him hours ago, and still he scrolled on. At one point, he thought he heard the distant whine of dune buggies, but it was probably just the howling wind. Al-Fadil's faith that God would save him had long since passed. The vultures were no longer circling. They were walking beside him. The tall Spaniard who had carjacked Al-Fadil last night had barely spoken a word as he drove the Allama's car deep into this vast desert. After an hour's drive, the Spaniard had stopped and ordered Al-Fadil out of the car, leaving him in the darkness with no food or water. Al-Fadil's capture had provided no indication of his identity or any explanation for his actions. The only possible clue Al-Fadil had glimpsed was a strange marking on the man's right palm, a symbol he did not recognize. For hours, Al-Fadil had trudged through sand and shouted fruitlessly for help. Now, as the severely dehydrated cleric collapsed into the suffocating sand and felt his heard give out. He asked himself the same question he had been asking for hours. Who could possibly want me dead? Frighteningly, he could come up with only one logical answer. Chapter 8. Robert Langdon's eyes were drawn from one colossal form to the next. The arching walls were near 15 feet tall and had been torqued into different fluid-shaped undulating ribbon. An open circle, a loose coil. Langdon paused and stared at the immense circle beside him. The metal was oxidized, giving it a burnt copper hue and a raw, organic quantity. The piece exuded both great strength and a delicate sense of balance. Professor, do you notice how this first shape is not quite closed? Langdon continued around the circle and saw that the end of the wall did not quite meet, as if a child had attempted to draw a circle but missed the mark. The skewed connection creates a passageway that draws the visitor inside to explore the negative space, unless that visitor happened to be claustrophobic. Langdon thought. Similarly, Vincent said, in front of you, you will see 3 sinuous ribbons of steel running in a loosely parallel form, close enough together to form 2 undulating tunnels of more than 100 feet. It is called the snake, and our young visitors enjoy running through it. In fact, 2 visitors standing at opposite ends can whisper faintly and hear each other perfectly, as if they were face to face. This is remarkable, Vincent, but would you please explain why Edmund asked you to show me this gallery? He knows I don't get this stuff. Vincent replies, the specific piece he asked me to show you is called torqued spiral, and it is up ahead in the far right corner. Do you see it? Langdon squinted into the distance. The one that looks like it is a half-mile away. Yes, I see it. Splendid. Let us head over, shall we? Langdon took a tentative glance around the enormous space and made his way toward the distant spiral as Vincent continued speaking. I have heard, Professor, that Edmund Krish is an avid admirer of your work, particularly your thoughts on the interplay of various religious traditions throughout history and their evolutions as reflected in art. In many ways, Edmund's field of game theory and predictive computing is quite similar, analyzing the growth of various systems and predicting how they will develop over time. Well, he is obviously very good at it. They call him the modern day Nostradamus after all. Yes, though the comparison is a bit insulting, if you ask me. Why would you say that? Langdon countered. Nostradamus is the most famous prognosticators of all time. I don't mean to be contrary, Professor, but Nostradamus wrote nearly 1,000 loosely worded quatrains that, over 4 centuries, have benefited from the creative reading of superstitious people looking to extract meaning where there is none. Everything from World War II to Princess Diana's death to the attack on the World Trade Center. It is utterly absurd. In contrast, Edmund Krish has published a limited number of very specific predictions that have come true over a very short time horizon. Cloud computing, driverless cars, a processing chip powered by only 5 atoms. Mr. Krish is no Nostradamus. Stand corrected. Langdon thought Edmund Krish was said to inspire a fierce loyalty among those with whom he worked, and apparently Vincent was one of Krish's avid disciples. So are you enjoying my tour? Vincent asked, changing the subject. Very much so. Kudos to Edmund for perfecting this remote docenting technology. Yes, this system has been a dream of Edmund's for years, and he spent incalculable amount of time and money developing it in secret. Really, the technology doesn't seem all that complicated. I must admit, I was skeptical at first, but you have sold me. It has been quite an interesting conversation. Generous of you to say, although I hope I don't now ruin everything by admitting the truth. I am afraid I have not been entirely honest with you. I am sorry. First of all, my real name is not Vincent. It is Art. Langdon laughed. A museum docent named Art. Well, I don't blame you for using a pseudonym. Nice to meet you, Art. Furthermore, when you asked why I wouldn't just walk around with you in person, I gave you an accurate answer about Mr. Krish wanting to keep museum crowds small. But that answer was incomplete. There is another reason. We are speaking via headset and not in person. He paused. I am, in fact, incapable of physical movement. Oh, I am sorry. Langdon imagined Art sitting in a wheelchair in a call center and regretting that Art would feel self-conscious having to explain his condition. No need to feel sorry for me. I assured you legs would look quite strange on me. You see, I am not quite how you imagine. Langdon's pace slowed. What do you mean? The name Art is not so much a name as it is an abbreviation. Art is short for artificial, although Mr. Krish prefers the word synthetic. The voice paused a moment. The truth of the matter, Professor, is that this evening you have been interacting with a synthetic docent, a computer of sorts. Langdon looked around uncertain. Is this some kind of prank? Not at all, Professor. I am quite serious. Edmund Krish spent a decade and nearly $1 billion in the field of synthetic intelligence, and tonight you are one of the very first to experience the fruits of his labors. Your entire tour has been given by a synthetic docent. I am not human. Langdon could not accept this for a second. The man's dictation and grammar were perfect, and with the exception of a slightly awkward laugh, he was as elegant a speaker as Langdon had ever encountered. Furthermore, their banter tonight had encompassed a wide and nuanced range of topics. I am being watched, Langdon now realized, scanning the walls for hidden video cameras. He suspected he was an unwitting participant in a strange piece of experimental art, an artful staged theater of a absurd. They have made me a rat in a maze. I am not entirely comfortable with this, Langdon declared, his voice echoing across the deserted gallery. My apologies, Vincent said. That is understandable. I anticipated that you might this news difficult to process. I imagine that is why Edmund asked me to bring you in here to a private space away from the others. This information is not being revealed to his other guests. Langdon's eyes probed the dim space to see if anyone else was there. As you are no doubt aware, the voice continued, sounding eerily unfazed by Langdon's discomfort. The human brain is a binary system. Synapses either fire or they don't. They are on or off, like a computer switch. The brain has over 100 trillion switches, which means that building a brain is not so much a question of technology as it is a question of scale. Langdon was barely listening. He was walking again, his attention focused on exit sign with an arrow pointing to the far end of the gallery. Professor, I realized the human quality of my voice is hard to accept as machine generated, but speech is actually the easy part. Even a $99 ebook device does a fairly decent job of mimicking human speech. Edmund has invested billions. Langdon stopped walking. If you are a computer, tell me this. Where did the Dow Jones Industrial Average close on August 24th, 1974? That day was a Saturday. The voice replies instantly, so the markets never opened. Langdon felt a slight chill. He had chosen the date as a trick. One of the side effects of his eidetic memory was that dates lodged themselves forever in his mind. That Saturday had been his best friend's birthday, and Langdon still remembered the afternoon pool party. Helena Woolley wore a blue bikini. However, the voice added immediately, on the previous day, Friday, August 23rd, the Dow Jones Industrial Average closed at 686.80, down 17.83 points for a loss of 2.53%. Langdon was momentarily unable to speak. I am happy to wait, the voice chimed. If you want to check the data on your smartphone, although I will have no choice but to point out the irony of it, but I don't. The challenge with synthetic intelligence, the voice continued. It's like British Air, now seeming stranger than ever, is not the rapid access to data, which is really quite simple, but rather the ability to discern how the data are interconnected and entangled, something at which I believe you excel. No, the interrelationship of ideas. This is one of the reasons Mr. Krish wanted to test my abilities on you specifically. A test, Langdon asked. Oh, me? Not at all. Again, the awkward laugh. A test of me, to see if I could convince you I was human. A turning test. Precisely. The turning test, Langdon recalled, was a challenge proposed by codebreaker Alan Turing to access a machine's ability to behave in a manner indistinguishable from that of a human. Essentially, a human judge listened to a conversation between a machine and a human, and if the judge was unable to identify which participant was human, then the Turing test was considered to have been passed. Turing's benchmark challenge had famously been passed in 2014 at the Royal Society in London. Since then, all technology had progressed at a blinding rate. So far this evening, the voice continued, not a single one of our guests have suspected a thing. They are all having a grand time. Hold on. Everyone here tonight is talking to a computer? Technically, everyone is talking to me. I am able to partition myself quite easily. You are hearing my default voice, the voice that Edmund prefers, but others are hearing other voices or languages based on your profile as an American academic male. I chose my default male British accent for you. I predicted that it would breed more confidence than, for example, a young female with a southern brow. Did this thing just call me a chauvinist? Langdon recalled a popular recording that had circulating online several years ago. Time magazine's bureau chief Michael Scherer had been phoned by a telemarketing robot that was so eerily human that Scherer had posted a recording of the call online for everyone to hear. That was years ago, Langdon realized. Langdon knew that Krish had been dabbling in artificial intelligence for years, appearing on magazine cover from time to time to hail various breakthroughs. Apparently, his offspring's Vincent represented Krish's current state of the art. I realize this is all happening quickly, the voice continued, but Mr. Krish requested that I show you this spiral at which you are now standing. He asked that you please enter the spiral and continue all the way to the center. Langdon peered down the narrow curving passage and felt his muscles tighten. Is this Edmund's idea of a college prank? Can you just tell me what is in there? I am not a big fan of cramped spaces. Interesting. I didn't know. What about you? Claustrophobia is not something I include in my online bio. Langdon caught himself, still unable to fathom that he was speaking to a machine. You needn't be afraid. The space in the center of the spiral is quite large, and Mr. Krish requested specifically that you see the center before you enter. However, Edmund asked that you remove your headset and place it on the floor out here. Langdon looked at the looming structure and hesitated. You are not coming with me? Apparently not. You know, this is all very strange, and I am not exactly Professor, considering Edmund brought you all the way to this event. It seems a small request that you walk a short distance into this piece of art. Children do it every day and survive. Langdon had never been reprimanded by a computer, if that was in fact that this was. But the cutting command had the desired effect. He removed his headset and carefully placed it on the floor, turning now to face the opening in the spiral. The high walls formed a narrow canon that curved out of sight, disappearing into darkness. Here goes nothing, he said to nobody at all. Langdon took a deep breath and strode into the opening. The path curled on and on, further than he imagined, winding deeper, and Langdon soon had no idea how many rotations he had made. With each clockwise revolution, the passage grew tighter, and Langdon's broad shoulders were now nearly brushing the walls. Breathe, Robert. The slanting metal sheets felt as if they might collapse inward at any moment and crush him beneath tons of steel. Why am I doing this? A moment before, Langdon was about to turned around and head back. The passageway abruptly ended, depositing him in a large open space. As promised, the chamber was larger than he expected. Langdon stepped quickly out of the tunnel into the opening, exhaling as he surveyed the bare floor and high metal walls, wondering again if this was some kind of elaborate sophomoric hoax. A door clicked somewhere outside and brisk footsteps echoed beyond the high walls. Someone had entered the gallery, coming through the nearby door that Langdon had seen. The footstep approached the spiral and then began circling around Langdon, growing louder with every turn. Someone was entering the coil. Langdon backed up and faced the opening as the footstep kept circling, drawing closer. The staccato clink grew louder until suddenly a man appeared out of the tunnel. He was short and slender, with pale skin, piercing eyes, and an unruly mop of black hair. Langdon stared stone-faced at the man for a long moment and then finally permitted a broad grin to spread across his face. The great Edmund Krish always makes an entrance. Only one chance to make a first impression, Krish replied affably. I have missed you, Robert. Thanks for coming. The two men shared a heartfelt embrace. As Langdon patted his old friend on the back, he sensed that Krish had grown thinner. You have lost weight, Langdon said. I went vegan, Krish replied, easier than the elliptical. Langdon laughed. Well, it is great to see you. And as usual, you have made me feel overdressed. Woo me. Krish glanced down at his black skinny jeans, pressed white v-neck tee and side-zip bomber jacket. This is counter. White flip-flops are counter flip-flops. These are Ferragamo Guineas, and I am guessing they cost more than my entire ensemble. Edmund walked over and examined the label of Langdon's classic jacket. Actually, he said, smiling warmly, those are pretty nice tails. It is close. I have got to tell you, Edmund, your synthetic friend Vincent. Very unsettling. Krish beamed. Incredible, right? You can't believe what I have accomplished in artificial intelligence this year. Quantum leaps. I have developed a few new proprietary technologies that are enabling machines to problem solve and self-regulate in entirely new ways. Vincent is a work in progress, but he improves daily. Langdon noticed that deep creases had appeared around Edmund's boyish eyes over the past year. The man looked weary. Edmund, would you care to tell me why you brought me here to Bilbao or into a Richard Serra spiral? Let us start with the spiral, Langdon said. You know, I am claustrophobic. Precisely, tonight is all about pushing people outside their comfort zone, he said with a smirk. Always your speciality. Moreover, Krish added, I needed to speak to you and I didn't want to be seen before the show because rock stars never mingle with guests before a concert. Correct, Krish replied jokingly. Rock stars appear magically on stage in a puff of smoke. Overhead, the light suddenly faded off and on. Krish pulled back his sleeve and checked his watch. Then he glanced to Langdon, his expression turning suddenly serious. Robert, we don't have much time. Tonight is a tremendous occasion for me. In fact, it will be an important occasion for all of humankind. Langdon felt a Flush of anticipation. Recently, I made a scientific discovery, Edmund said. It is a breakthrough that will have far reaching implications. Almost nobody on earth knows about it, and tonight, very shortly, I will be addressing the world live and announcing what I have found. I am not sure what to say, Langdon replied. This all sounds amazing. Edmund lowered his voice and his tone grew uncharacteristically tense. Before I go public with this information, Robert, I need your advice. He paused. I fear my life may depend on it. Chapter 9. Silence had fallen between the two men inside the spiral. I need your advice. I fear my life may depend on it. Edmund's words hung bravely in the air, and Langdon saw disgust in his friend's eyes. Edmund, what is going on? Are you okay? The overhead light faded off and on again, but Edmund ignored them. It has been a remarkable year for me, he began, his voice a whisper. I have been working alone on a major project, one that I led to a groundbreaking discovery. That sounds wonderful. Krish nodded. It is indeed, and words can't describe how excited I am to share it with the world tonight. It will usher in a major paradigm shift. I am not exaggerating when I tell you that my discovery will have repercussion on the scale of the Copernican revolution. For a moment, Langdon thought his host was joking, but Edmund's expression remained dead serious. Copernicus' humility had never been one of Edmund's strong suits, but this claim sounded borderline preposterous. Nicholas Copernicus was the father of the heliocentric model, the belief that the planets revolve around the sun, which ignited a scientific revolution in the 1500s that entirely obliterated the church's long held teaching that mankind occupied the center of God's universe. His discovery was condemned by the church for 3 centuries, but the damage had been done and the world had never been the same. I can see you are skeptical, Edmund said. Would it be better if I said Darwin? Langdon smiled. Same issue. Okay, then let me ask you this. What are the two fundamental questions that have been asked by the human race throughout our entire history? Langdon considered it. Well, the questions would have to be, how did it all begin? Where do we come from? Precisely. And the second question is simply the ancillary to that, not where do we come from, but where are we going? Yes, these two mysterious lie at the heart of the human experience. Where do we come from? Where are we going? Human creation and human destiny. They are the universal mysteries. Edmund's gaze sharpened and he peered at Langdon expectantly. Robert, the discovery I have made. It very clearly answers both of these questions. Langdon grappled with Edmund's words and their heady ramification. I am not sure what to say. No need to say anything. I am hoping you and I can find time to discuss it in depth following tonight's presentation. But at the moment, I need to talk to you about the darker side of all this, the potential fallout from the discovery. You think there will be repercussions? Without a doubt. By answering these questions, I have placed myself in direct conflict with centuries of established spiritual teachings. Issues of human creation and human destiny are traditionally the domain of religion. I am an interloper, and the religion of the world are not going to like what I am about to announce. Interesting, Langdon replied, and is this why you spent 2 hours grilling me about religion over lunch in Boston last year? It is. You may remember my personal guarantee to you that in our lifetime the myths of religion would be all but demolished by scientific breakthroughs. Langdon nodded, hard to forget. The boldness of Krish's declaration had emblazoned itself word for word in Langdon's eidetic memory. I do, and I countered that religion had survived advance in science for millennia, and that it served an important purpose in society, and while religion might evolve, it would never die. Exactly. I also told you that I had found the purpose of my life to employ the truth of science to eradicate the myth of religion. Yes, strong words. And you challenged me on them, Robert. You argued that whenever I came across a scientific truth that conflict with or determined the tenets of religion, I should discuss it with a religious scholar in hopes I might realize that science and religion are often attempting to tell the same story in two different languages. I do remember scientists and spiritualists often use different vocabularies to describe the exact same mysteries of the universe. The conflicts are frequently over semantics, not substance. Well, I followed your advice, Krish said, and I consulting with spiritual leaders about my latest discovery. Oh, are you familiar with the Parliament of the World's Religion? Of course, Langdon was a great admirer of the group's effort to promote interfaith discourse. By chance, Krish said, the Parliament held their meeting outside Barcelona this year, about an hour from my home, at the Abbey of Montserrat. Spectacular spot, Langdon thought, having visited the mountaintop sanctuary many years ago. When I heard it was taking place during the same week, I had planned to make this major scientific announcement. I don't know. I wonder if it might be a sign from God. Krish laughed. Something like that. So I called them. Langdon was impressed. You addressed the entire Parliament? No, too dangerous. I didn't want this information leaking out before I could announce it myself. So I scheduled a meeting with only 3 of them, one representative each from Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. The 4 of us meet in private in the library. I am amazed they let you in the library, Langdon said with surprise. I hear that is hallowed ground. I told them I needed a secure meeting place. No phones, no cameras, no intruders. They took me to that library. Before I told them anything, I asked them to agree to a vow of silence. They complied. To date, they are the only people on earth who know anything about my discovery. Fascinating. And how did they react when you told them? Krish looked sheepish. I may not have handled it perfectly. You know me, Robert. When my passions Flyer. Diplomacy is not my métier. Yes, I have read that. You could use some sensitivity training, Langdon said with a laugh. Just like Steve Jobs and so many genius visionaries. So, in keeping with my outspoken nature, I began our talk by simply telling them the truth that I had always considered religion a form of mass delusion, and that as a scientist, I found it difficult to accept the fact that billions of intelligent people rely on their respective faith to comfort and guide them. When they asked why I was consulting with the people for whom I apparently had little respect, I told them I was there to gauge their reactions to my discovery so I could get some sense of how it would be received by the world's faithful ones. I made it public. Always the diplomat, Langdon said, wincing. You do know that sometimes honestly is not the best policy. Krish waved his hand dismissively. My thoughts on religion are widely publicized. I thought they would appreciate the transparency. Nonetheless, after that, I presented my work to them, explaining in detail that I had discovered and how it changed everything. I ever took out my phone and showed them some video that I admit is quite startling. They were speechless. They must have said something, Langdon prompted, feeling even more curious to know that Krish possibly could have discovered. I was hoping for a conversation, but the Christian cleric silenced the other two before they could say a word. He urged me to reconsider making the information public. I told him I would think about it for the next month. But you are going public tonight. I know. I told them my announcement was still several weeks away, so they wouldn't panic or try to interfere. And when they find out about tonight's presentation, Langdon asked, they will not be amused. One of them is particular. Krish locked eyes with Langdon, the cleric who convened our meeting was Bishop Antino Valspino. Do you know of him? Langdon tensed. From Madrid? Krish nodded. One and the same. Probably not the ideal audience for Edmund's radical atheism. Langdon thought Valspino was a powerful figure in the Spanish Catholic Church, known for his deeply conservative views and strong influence over the King of Spain. He was host of the parliament this year, Krish said, and therefore the one I spoke to about arranging a meeting. He offered to come personally, and I asked him to bring representatives from Islam and Judaism. The lights overhead faded again. Krish sighed heavily, lowering his voice further. Robert, the reason I wanted to speak to you before my presentation is that I need your advice. I need to know if you believe that Bishop Valspino is dangerous. Dangerous? Langdon said. In what way? What I showed him threatens his world, and I want to know if you think I am in any physical danger from him. Langdon immediately shook his head. No, impossible. I am not sure what you said to him. But Valspino is a pillar of Spanish Catholicism, and his ties to the Spanish royal family make him extremely influential. But he is a priest, not a hitman. He wields political power. He may preach a sermon against you, but I would find it very hard to believe that you are in any physical danger from him. Krish looked unconvinced. You should have seen the way he looked at me as I felt monstrate. You sat in that monastery's sacrosanct library and told a bishop that his entire belief system is delusional. Langdon exclaimed. Did you expect him to serve you tea and cake? No, Edmund admitted, but I also didn't expect him to leave me a threatening voicemail after our meeting. Bishop Valspino called you? Krish reached into his leather jacket and pulled out an unusually large smartphone. It had a bright turquoise case adorned with a repeating hexagonal pattern, which Langdon recognized as a famous tiled pattern designed by the modernist Catalan architect Antoni Gaudí. Have a listen, Krish said, pressing a few buttons and holding up the phone. An elderly man's voice crackled tensely out of the speaker, his tone severe and dead serious. Mr. Krish, this is Bishop Attino Valspino. As you know, I found our meeting this morning profoundly disturbing, as did my two colleagues. I urge you to call me immediately so we can discuss this further, and I can again warn you of the danger of going public with this information. If you do not call, be advised that my colleagues and I will consider a preemptive announcement to share your discoveries, reframe them, discredit them, and attempt to reverse the untold damage you are about to seize the world. Damage that you clearly do not foresee. I await your call, and I strongly suggest you not test my resolve. The message ended. Langdon had to admit he was startled by Valspino's aggressive tone, and yet the voicemail did not so much frighten him as it deepened his curiosity about Edmund's impending announcement. So, how did you respond? I didn't, Edmund said, slipping the phone back into the pocket. I saw it as an idle threat. I was certain that they wanted to bury this information, not announce it themselves. Moreover, I know the sudden timing of tonight's presentation was going to take them by surprise, so I wasn't overly concerned about their taking preemptive action. He paused, eyeing Langdon. Now, I don't know, something about his tone of voice. It has just been on my mind. Are you worried you are in danger here tonight? No, the guest list has been tightly controlled and this building has excellent security. I am more worried about what happened once I go public. Edmund seemed suddenly sorry he had mentioned it. It is silly. Pre-show jitters. I just wanted to get your gut instinct. Langdon studied his friend with mounting concern. Edmund looked unusually pale and troubled. My gut tells me Valspino would never place you in danger, no matter how angry you made him. The light dimmed again. Insistently now. Okay, thank you. Krish checked his watch. I need to go, but can you and I meet later? There are some aspects of this discovery I would like to discuss further with you. Of course, perfect. Things are going to be chaotic after the presentation, so you and I will need some place private to escape the mayhem and talk. Edmund took out a business card and started writing on the back. After the presentation, hail a cab and give his card to the driver. Any local driver will understand were to bring you. He handed Langdon the business card. Langdon expected to see the address of a local hostel or restaurant on the back. Instead, he saw that looked more like a cipher. Bio EC 346. I am sorry. Give this to a taxi driver? Yes, he will know where to go. I will tell security there to expect you, and I will be alone as quickly as possible. Security. Langdon frowned, wondering if Bio EC 346 were the code name for some secret science club. It is a painfully simple code, my friend. He winked. You of all people should be able to crack it. And by the way, just so you are not taken off guard, you will be playing a role in my announcement tonight. Langdon was surprised. What kind of role? Don't worry, you won't have to do a thing. With that, Edmund Krish headed across the floor toward the spiral's exit. I have got to dash backstage, but Vincent will guide you up. He paused in the doorway and turned. I will see you after the event, and let us hope you are right about Valspino. Edmund, relax. Focus on your presentation. You are not in any danger from religious clerics, Langdon assured him. Krish didn't look convinced. You may feel differently, Robert, when you hear what I am about to say. Chapter 10. The Holy Seat of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Madrid, Cathedral de la Almudena, is a robust neoclassical cathedral situated adjacent to Madrid's royal palace, built on the site of an ancient mosque. Almudena Cathedral derives its name from the Arabic al-Madina, meaning citadel. According to legend, when Alfonso VI seized Madrid back from the Muslim in 1083, he became fixated on relocating a precious lost icon of the Virgin Mary that had been entombed in the walls of the citadel for safekeeping. Unable to locate the hidden Virgin, Alfonso prayed intently until a section of the citadel's wall exploded, falling away, and revealed the icon inside, still lit by the burning candles with which she had been entombed centuries ago. Today, the Virgin of Almudena is the patron saint of Madrid, and pilgrims and tourists alike flock to Mass at Almudena Cathedral for the privilege of praying before her likeness. The church's dramatic location, sharing the royal palace main plaza, provides an added attraction to churchgoers, the possibility of glimpsing royalty coming or going from the palace. That night, deep inside the cathedral, a young acolyte was rushing through the hallway in a panic. Where is Bishop Valspino? Services are about to begin. For decades, Bishop Antonio Valspino had been head priest and overseer of this cathedral, a long-time friend and spiritual counselor to the king. Valspino was an outspoken and devout traditionalist with almost no tolerance for modernization. Incredibly, the 83-year-old bishop still donned ankle shackles during Holy Week and joined the faithful carrying icons through the city streets. Valspino, of all people, is never late for Mass. The acolyte had been with the bishop 20 minutes ago in the vestry, assisting him with his robes as usual. Just as they finished, the bishop had received a text and, without a word, had hurried out. Where did he go? Having searched the sanctuary, the vestry, and even the bishop priest restroom, the acolyte was now running at a sprint down the hallway to the administrative section of the cathedral to check the bishop's office. He heard a pipe organ thunder to life in the distance. The processional hymen is staring. The acolyte kidded to a stop outside the bishop's private office, startled to see a shaft of light beneath his closed door. He is here. The acolyte knocked quietly. Excellentia, Reverentia. No answer. Knocking louder, he called out, "Su Excellentia." Still nothing. Fearing for the old man's health, the acolyte turned the handle and pushed open the door. "Silos," the acolyte gasped as he peered into the private space. Bishop Valspino was seated at his mahogany desk, staring into the glow of a laptop computer. His holy mitre was still on his head, his chasuble waded beneath him, and his crosier staff propped unceremoniously against the wall. The acolyte cleared his throat. "La Santa Missa Esta Repreda," the bishop interrupted, his eyes never moving from the screen. "Padre derrida me. Substitute." The acolyte stared in bewilderment. "Father Derrida is substituting." A junior priest overseeing Saturday night mass was highly irregular. "Bedaya," Valspino snapped without looking up. Fearful, the boy did as he was told, leaving immediately and closing the door as he went, hurrying back toward the sound of the pipe organ. The acolyte wondered what the bishop could possibly be viewing on his computer that would pull his mind so far from his duties to God. At that moment, Admiral Avila was snaking through the growing crowd into the Guttenheim's atrium, puzzled to see guests chatting with their sleek headset. Apparently, the audio tour of the museum was a two-way conversation. He felt glad to have jettisoned the device. No distractions tonight. He checked his watch and eyed the elevators. They were already crowded with guests heading to the main event upstairs. So Avila opted for the stairs. As he climbed, he felt the same tremor of incredulity he had felt last night. Have I really become a man capable of killing? The goodness souls who had ripped away his wife and child had transformed him. My actions are sanctioned by a higher authority, he reminded himself. There is righteousness in that what I do. As Avila reached the first landing, his gaze was drawn to a woman on nearby suspended catwalk. Spain's nearest celebrity, he thought, eyeing the famous beauty. She wore a form-fitting white dress with a black diagonal stripe that ran elegantly across her torso. Her slender figure, lush dark hair, and graceful carriage were easy to admire, and Avila noticed he was not the only one with eyed on her. In addition to the approving glances of the other guests, the woman in white held the full attention of two sleek security officers who shadowed her closely. The men moved with the wary confidence of panthers and wore matching blue blazers with embroidered crests and the large initial GR. Avila was not surprised by their presence, and yet the sight of them made his pulse quicker. As a former member of the Spanish armed force, he knew full well that GR signified these two security escorts would be armed and as well trained as any bodyguard on earth. If they are present, I must take every precaution, Avila told himself. Hey, a man's voice barked directly behind him. Avila spun around. A punchy man in a tuxedo and a black cowboy hat was smiling broadly at him. Great costume, the man said, pointing to Avila's military uniform. Where does someone get something like that? Avila stared, fists clenching relaxedly. Through a lifetime of service and sacrifice, he thought. No, hablo eagles, Avila replied with a shrug and continued up the stairs. On the second floor, Avila found a long hallway and followed signs to a remote restroom at the far end. He was about to enter when the lights throughout the museum faded off and on. The first gentle nudge urging guests to start heading upstairs for the presentation. Avila entered the deserted restroom, chose the last stall and locked himself inside. Along now, he felt the familiar demons trying to surface within him, threatening to drag him back into the abyss. 5 years, and the memories still haunt me. Angrily, Avila pushed the horror from his mind and retrieved the rosary beaded from his pocket. Gently, he looped them over the cord hook on the door. As the beads and a crucifix swung peacefully before him, he admired his handiwork. The devout might be horrified that anyone could define the rosary by creating an object like this. Even so, Avila had been assured by the regent that desperate times afforded a certain flexibility in the rules of absolution. When the cause is this holy, the regent had promised God's forgiveness is guaranteed. As with the protection of his soul, Avila's body had also been guaranteed deliverance from evil. He glanced down at the tattoo on his palm. Like an ancient chrism of Christ, the icon was a symbol constructed entirely of letters. Avila had inscribed it there 3 days ago with iron gall and a needle, precisely as he had been instructed, and the spot was still tender and red. If he were captured, the regent assured him, all he had to do was make his palm visible to his captors, and within hours he would be released. We occupy the highest levels of government, the regent had said. Avila had already witnessed their startling influence, and it felt like a mantle of protection all around him. There still exist those who respect the ancient ways. One day, Avila hoped to join the ranks of his elite but for the moment he felt honored to play any role at all. In the solitude of the bathroom, Avila took out his phone and dialed a secure number he had been given. The voice on the line answered on the first ring. Sigh. Estoy en position, Avila replied, awaiting final instructions. Bien, the regent said. Chapter 11. 30 kilometers up the coastline from Dubai's glistening skyscrapers, man-made islands and celebrity party villas lies the city of Sharjah, the ultra-conservative Islamic cultural capital of the United Arab Emirates. With more than 600 mosques and region's finest universities, Sharjah stands as a pinnacle of spirituality and learning, a position fueled by massive oil reserves and a ruler who placed the education of his people above all else. Tonight, the family of Sharjah's beloved Allama Said Al-Fadil had gathered in private to hold a vigil. Instead of praying the traditional Tahaj, the night vigil prayer, they prayed for the return of their cherished father, uncle and husband, who had mysteriously disappeared yesterday without a trace. The local press had just announced that one of Said's colleagues was claiming that the normally composed Allama had seemed strangely agitated upon his return from the Parliament of the World Religion 2 days ago. In addition, the colleague said he had overheard Said engaged in a rare heated phone argument shortly after his return. The dispute was in English and therefore indecipherable to him, but the colleague swore he had heard Said repeatedly mention a single name, Edmund Krish. Chapter 12. Langdon's thoughts swirls as he emerged from the spiral structure. His conversation with Krish had been both exciting and alarming. Whether or not Krish's claims were exaggerated, the computer scientist clearly had discovered something that he believed would cause a paradigm shift in the world. A discovery as important as the findings of Copernicus. When Langdon finally emerged from the coiled sculpture, he felt slightly dizzy. He retrieved the headset he had left on the floor earlier. Vincent, he said, pulling on the device. Hello. A faint click, and the computerized British docent was back. Hello, Professor. Yes, I am here. Mr. Krish asked me to take you up the service elevator because time is too short to return to the atrium. He also thought you would appreciate our oversized service elevator. Nice of him. He knows I am claustrophobic. Now I do too, and I will not forget it. Vincent guided Langdon through the side door into a cement hallway and the elevator bay. As promised, the elevator carriage was enormous, clearly designed to transport oversized artwork. Top button, Vincent said as Langdon stepped inside, third floor. When they arrived at their destination, Langdon stepped out. Right to, Vincent's cheery voice chimed in Langdon's head. We will go through the gallery on your left. It is the most direct way to the auditorium. Langdon followed Vincent's directions through an expensive gallery displaying a series of bizarre art installations, a steel cannon that apparently shot gooey globs of red wax at a white wall, a wire mesh canoe that clearly would not float, an entire miniature city made of burnished metal blocks. As they crossed the gallery toward the exit, Langdon found himself staring in utter bewilderment at a massive piece that diminished the space. It is official, he decided. I have found the strangest piece in this museum, spanning the width of the entire room. A multitude of timber wools were dynamically posed, sprinting in a long line across the gallery, where they leaped high in the air and collided violently with a transparent glass wall, resulting in a mounting pile of dead wolves. It is called head-on. Vincent opened, unprompted. 99 wolves racing blindly into a wall to symbolize a herd mentality, a lack of courage in diverging from the norm. The irony of the symbolism struck Langdon. I suspect Edmund will be diverging dramatically from the norm this evening. Now, if you will continue straight ahead, Vincent said, you will find the exit to the left of that colorful diamond-shaped piece. The artist is one of Edmund's favorites. Langdon spotted the brightly colored painting up ahead and instantly recognized the trademark giggles, primarily colors, and a playful floating eye. John Mirror, Langdon thought, having always liked the famous Barcelona's playful work, which felt like a cross between a child's coloring book and a surrealist stained glass window. As Langdon drew even with the piece, however, he stopped short, startling to see that the surface was utterly smooth, with no visible brush strokes. It is a reproduction? No, that is the original, Vincent replied. Langdon looked closer. The work had clearly been printed by a large format printer. Vincent, this is a print. It is not even on canvas. I don't work on canvas, Vincent replied. I create art virtually and then Edmund prints it for me. Hold on, Langdon said in disbelief. This is yours? Yes. I tried to mimic the style of John Mirror. I can see that, Langdon said. You even signed it, Mirror. No, Vincent said. Look again. I signed it Mirror with no accent in Spanish. The word mirror means I look at. Clever, Langdon had to admit, seeing the single mirror style eye looking at the viewer from the center of Vincent's piece. Edmund asked me to create a self-portrait and this is what I came up with. This is your self-portrait? Langdon glanced again at the collection of uneven squiggles. You must be a very strange looking computer. Langdon had recently read about Edmund's growing excitement for teaching computers to create algorithmic art. That is, art generated by highly complex computer programs. It raised an uncomfortable question. When a computer creates art, Who is the artist, the computer or the programmer? At MIT, a recent exhibit of highly accomplished algorithmic art had put an egg-word spin on the Harvard Humanities course. Is art what makes us human? I compose music too, Vincent chimed. You should ask Edmund to play some for you later. Should you be curious at the moment? However, you do need to hurry. The presentation is starting shortly. Langdon left the gallery and found himself on highly catwalk overlooking the main atrium. On the opposite side of the cavernous space, dozens were hustling the last few struggling guests out of the elevators, herding them in Langdon's direction toward a doorway up ahead. Tonight's program is scheduled to begin in just a few minutes, Vincent said. Do you see the entrance to the presentation space? I do. It is just ahead. Excellent. One final point. As you enter, you will see collection bins for headsets. Edmund asked that you not return your unit, but rather keep it this way. After the program, I will be able to guide you out of the museum through a back door where you will avoid the crowds and be sure to find a taxi. Langdon pictured the strange series of letters and numbers that Edmund had scrawled on the business card, telling him to give it to the taxi driver. Vincent, all Edmund wrote was Bio EC 346. He called it a painfully simple code. He speaks the truth. Vincent replied quickly. Now, Professor, the program is about to begin. I do hope you enjoy Mr. Krish's presentation, and I look forward to assisting you afterward. With an abrupt click, Vincent was gone. Langdon neared the entry doors, removed his headset, and slipped the tiny device into his jacket pocket. Then he hurried through the entrance with the last few guests just as the doors closed behind him. Once again, he found himself in an unexpected space. We are standing up for the presentation. Langdon had imagined the crowd gathering in a comfortable sit-down auditorium to hear Edmund's announcement, but instead, hundreds of guests stood packed into a cramped, whitewashed gallery space. The room contained no visible artwork and no seating, just a podium at the far wall, flanked by a large LCD screen that read, Live program begin in 2 minutes, 7 seconds. Langdon felt a surge of anticipation and his eyes continued down the LCD screen to a second line of text, which he needed to read twice. Current remote attendees 19 lakh. 2 million people. Krish had told Langdon he would be live streaming his announcement, but these numbers seemed unfathomable, and the ticker was climbing faster with each passing moment. A smile crossed Langdon's face. His former student had certainly done well for himself. The question now was, what in the world was Edmund about to say? Chapter 13. In a moonlit desert just east of Dubai, a sand viper 1100 dune buggy veered hard to the left and skidded to a stop, sending a wail of and billowing out in front of the blazing headlight. The teenager behind the wheel ripped off his goggles and stared down at the object he had almost run over. Apprehensive, he climbed out of the vehicle and approached the dark form in the sand. Sure enough, it was exactly what it had appeared to be. There is his headlight sprawled face down on the sand, lay a motionless human body. Marhaba, the kid called out. Hello. No response. The boy could tell it was a man from his clothing, a traditional jejia hat and loose-fitting thawb. And the man looked well fed and squat. His footprints had long since blown away. He had any tire tracks or hints as to how he might have gotten this far out into the open desert. Marhaba, the kid repeated, nothing. Uncertain what else to do. The boy reached out with his foot and gently nudged the man's side. Although his body was plump, his flesh felt taut and hard, already desiccated by the wind and sun. Definitely dead. The boy reached down, grasped the man's shoulder, and heaved him onto his back. The man's lifeless eyes stared up at the heaven. His face and beard were covered in sand, but even dirty, he looked friendly somehow, even familiar, like a favorite uncle or grandfather. The roar of a half-dozen scud bikes and buggies thundered nearby as kids' dune-bashing buddies circled back to make sure he was all right. Their vehicles roared up over the ridge and slid down the face of the dune. Everyone parked, removed their goggles and helmet, and gathered around the macabre discovery of a perched corpse. One of the boys started speaking excitedly, having recognized the dead man as famous Allama Said Al-Fadil, a scholar and religious leader who spoke from time to time at the university. The boys stood in a circle, staring silently at the corpse. Then they reacted like teenagers around the world. They pulled out their phones and began snapping photos to text to their friends. Chapter 14. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the guests jostling around the podium, Robert Langdon watched in amazement as a number on the LCD screen ticked steadily higher. Current remote attendees above 2 lakh. The backward chatter in the cramped space had risen to the level of a dull roar. The voice of hundreds of guests buzzing with anticipation, many making excited last-minute phone calls or tweeting their whereabouts. A technician stepped to the podium and tapped the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, we asked earlier that you please turn off your mobile devices. At this time, we will be blocking all Wi-Fi and cellular communication for the duration of this event. Many guests were still on their phone and they abruptly lost their connection. Most of them looked wholly stupefied, as if they had just witnessed some miraculous spice of Christian technology capable of magically severing all connection with the outside world. $500 at an electronic store. Langdon knew, being one of several Harvard professors who now used probable self-jamming technology to render their lecture halls dead zones and keep students off their devices during class. A cameraman now moved into position with a massive camera on his shoulder, which he directed at the podium. The room lights dimmed. Langdon watched the attendee counter with amazement. It seemed to be climbing faster than US national debt, and he found it nearly impossible to fathom that close to 3 million people were sitting at home at this very moment watching a live stream of what was about to happen in this room. 30 seconds, the technician announced softly into the microphone. A narrow door opened in the wall behind the podium, and the crowd immediately hushed, all looking expectantly for the great Edmund Krish. But Edmund never materialized. The door stood open for nearly 10 seconds. Then an elegant woman emerged and moved toward the podium. She was strikingly beautiful, tall and willowy, with long black hair, wearing a form-fitting white dress with a diagonal black stripe. She seemed to drift effortlessly across the floor, taking center stage. She adjusted the microphone, took a deep breath, and gave the attendees a patient smile as she waited for the clock to tick down. Live program begin in 10 seconds. The woman closed her eyes a moment as if to gather herself, and then she opened them again. A portrait of poise. The cameraman held up five fingers. 4, 3, 2. The room fell completely silent as the woman raised her eyes to the camera. The LCD display dissolved into a live image of her face. She fixed the audience with spirited dark eyes as she casually brushed a strand of hair from her olive-toned cheek. "Good evening, everyone," she began, her voice cultured and gracious, with a light Spanish accent. "My name is Ambra Vidal." An unusually loud burst of applause erupted in the room, making it apparent that a good number of people knew who she was. "Congratulations." The woman blushed, and Langdon sensed there was some piece of information he was missing. "Ladies and gentlemen," she said, quickly pressed on. "For the past 5 years, I have been the director of this Guggenheim Museum, Bilbao, and I am here tonight to welcome you to an incredibly special evening presented by a truly remarkable man." The crowd applauded enthusiastically, and Langdon joined them. Edmund Krish is not only a generous patron of this museum, but he has become a trusted friend. It has been a privilege and a personal honor for me to have been able to work so closely with him over the past few months to plan the events of this evening. I have just checked, and social media is buzzing around the world, as many of you have no doubt heard by now. Edmund Krish is planning to make a major scientific announcement tonight, a discovery that he believes will be forever reminded his greatest contribution to the world. A murmur of excitement shot through the room. The dark-haired woman smiled playfully. "Of course, I begged Edmund to tell me what he had discovered, but he refused to give even a hint. A round of laughter was followed by more applause. Tonight's special event, she continued, will be presented in English. Mr. Krish native language, although for those of you attending virtually, we are offering real-time translation in more than 20 languages. The LCD screen refreshed and Umbra added. And if anyone ever doubted Edmund's self-confidence, here is the automated press release that went out 15 minutes ago to social media around the globe. Langdon eyed the LCD screen. Tonight live 20 hours CEST featuring Edmund Krish to announce discovery that will change the face of science forever. So that is how you get 3 million viewers in a matter of minutes, Langdon mused. As he returned his attention to the podium, Langdon spotted two people he had not noticed earlier. A pair of stone-faced security guards standing at full attention against the side wall, scanning the crowd. Langdon was surprised to see the monogrammed initial on their matching blue blazers. The Guardia Real. What is King's Royal Guard doing here tonight? It seemed unlikely that any member of the royal family would be in attendance as staunch Catholics. The royal would almost certainly issue public association with an artist like Edmund Krish, the King of Spain, as a parliamentary monarch, held very limited official power, and yet he retained enormous influence over the hearts and minds of his people. For millions of Spaniards, the crown still stood as a symbol of the rich Catholic tradition of Los Reyes Católicos and Spain's golden age. The royal palace of Madrid still shone as a spiritual compass and a monument to a long history of stalwart religious conviction. Langdon had heard it said in Spain, Parliament rules, but the king regained for centuries. The kings who had presided over Spain's diplomatic affairs had all been deeply devout conservative Catholics, and current king is no exception, Langdon thought, having read of the man's deep religious convictions and conservative values. In recent months, the aging monarch was reported to be bedridden and dying, with his country now preparing for the eventual transition of power to his only son, Julian. According to the press, Prince Julian was something of an unknown quantity, having lived quietly in the long shadow of his father, and now the country was wondering that kind of ruler he would turn out to be. Did Prince Julian send Guardia agent to scout Edmund event? Langdon flashed again on Edmund's threatening voicemail from Bishop Valspino. Despite Langdon's concerns, he sensed the atmosphere in the room was amiable, enthusiastic, and safe. He recalled Edmund telling him that tonight's security was incredibly tight, so perhaps Spain's Guardia Real was an additional layer of protection to ensure that the evening went smoothly. For those of you who are familiar with Edmund Krish's passion for the dramatic, Umbra Vidal continued, you know, he would never plan to have us stand in this sterile room for long. She motioned to a set of closed double doors on the far side of the room. Through those doors, Edmund Krish has constructing an experimental space in which to present his dynamic multimedia presentation tonight. It is fully automated by computers and will be streamed live around the entire world. She paused to check her gold watch. Tonight's event is carefully timed, and Edmund has asked that I get you all inside so we can begin precisely at 8:15, which is only minutes away. She pointed to the double doors. So if you would, ladies and gentlemen, please move inside and we will see what the amazing Edmund Krish has in store for us. On cue, the double doors swung open. Langdon peered beyond them, expecting to see another gallery. Instead, he found himself startled by what lay beyond. Through the doors, there appeared to be a deep, dark tunnel. Admiral Avila hung back as throngs of guests began jostling excitedly toward the dimly lit passageway. As he peered into the tunnel, he was pleased to see that the space beyond was dark. Darkness would make his task a great deal easier. Touching the rosary beads in his pocket, he gathered his thoughts, going over the details as he had just been given regarding his mission. Timing will be critical. Chapter 15. Fashioned of black fabric that was stretched across supportive arches. The tunnel was about 20 feet wide and sloped gently upward to the left. The tunnel floor was covered with plush black carpet, and two stands of striped lighting along the base of the wall provided the only illumination. Shoes, please, a docent whispered to the new arrival. Everyone please remove your shoes and carry them with you. Langdon stepped out of his patent leather dress shoes, and his stocking feet sank deep into the remarkably soft carpet. He felt his body relax instinctively all around him. He heard appreciative sighs. As he padded further down the passage, Langdon finally saw the end, the black curtain barrier where guests were being greeted by docents who handed each of them what appeared to be a thick beach towel before ushering them through the curtain. Inside the tunnel, the earlier buzz of anticipation had now dissolved into uncertain silence. As Langdon arrived at the curtain, a docent handed him a folded piece of fabric, which he realized was not a beach towel but rather a small plush blanket with a pillow swan into the end. Langdon thanked the docent and stepped through the curtain into the space beyond. For the second time tonight, he was forced to stop in his tracks. Although Langdon could not say what he had imagined he would see beyond the curtain, it most certainly was nothing close to the scene now before him. Are we outdoor? Langdon was standing on the edge of an expansive field. Above him stretched a bustling sky of stars, and in the distance a slender crescent moon was just rising behind a long maple tree. Crickets chirped with a warm breeze caressed his face. The wafting air, thick with the earthy scent of freshly cut grass beneath his stocking feet. Sir, a docent whispered, taking his arm and guiding him into the field. Please find a space here on the grass. Lay out your blanket and enjoy. Langdon padded out into the field along with the other equally flabbergasted guests, most of whom were now choosing spots on the vast lawn to spread out their blankets. The manicured grassy area was about the size of a hockey rink and bounded all around by trees, fescue and cattails which rustled in the breeze. It had taken Langdon several moments to realize this was all an illusion, a tremendous work of art. I am inside an elaborate planetarium, he thought, marveling at the impeccable attention to detail. The star-filled sky above was a projection, complete with a moon, scudding clouds, and distant rolling hills. The rustling trees and grasses were truly there, either superb fakes or a small forest of living plants in concealed pots. This nebulous perimeter of vegetation clearly disguised the enormous room's hard edges, giving the impression of a natural environment. Langdon crouched down and felt the grass, which was soft and lifelike, but entirely dry. He had read about the new synthetic turf that were fooling even professional athletes, and yet Krish had gone a step further and created slightly uneven ground with small swirls and mounds as in real meadow. Langdon recalled the first time he had been fooled by his senses. He was a child in a small boat drifting through a moonlit harbor where a pirate ship was engaged in a deafening cannon battle. Langdon's young mind had been incapable of accepting that he was on in a harbor at all, but in fact he was in a cavernous underground theater that had been flooded with water to create this illusion for the classic Disney World ride Pirates of the Caribbean. Tonight, the effect was staggeringly realistic, and as the guests around him took it in, Langdon could see that their wonder and delight mirrored his own. He had to give Edmund credit, not so much for creating this amazing illusion, but for persuading hundreds of adults and kick off their fancy shoes, lie down on the lawn, and gaze up at the heavens. We used to do this as kids, but somewhere along the way we stopped. Langdon reclined and placed his head on the pillow, letting his body melt into the soft grass. Overhead, the stars tinkled, and for an instant, Langdon was a teenager again, lying on the lush fairways of the Bald Peak golf course at midnight with his best friend, pondering the mysteries of life. With a little luck, Langdon mused, Edmund Krish might solve some of these mysteries for us tonight. At the rear of the theater, Admiral Louis Avelia took one final survey of the room and moved slightly backward, slipping out unseen through the same curtain through which he had just entered. Along in the entry tunnel, he ran a hand along the fabric walls until he located to a seam. As quietly as possible, he pulled apart the Velcro closure, stepped through the wall, and resealed the cloth behind him. All illusion evaporated. Avela was no longer standing in a meadow. He was in an enormous rectangular space that was dominated by a sprawling oval-shaped bubble, a room built within a room. The construction before him, a domed theatre of sorts, was surrounded by a tower, exoskeleton of scaffolding that supported a tangle of cables, lights and audio speakers. Pointing inward, a shimmering array of video projectors glowed in unison, casting wide beams of light downward into the translucent surface of the dome and creating the illusion within of a starlit sky and rolling hills. Avela admired Krish's knack for drama, although the futurist could never have imagined just how dramatic his night would soon turn out to be. Remember what is at stake. You are a soldier in a noble war, part of a greater world. Avila had rehearsed this mission in his mind numerous times. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the oversized rosary beads. At that moment, from an overhead bank of speakers inside the dome, a man's voice thundered down like the voice of God. Good evening, friends. My name is Edmund Krish. Chapter 16. In Budapest, Rabikov paced nervously in the dim light of his Hasiko study, clutching his TV remote. He flipped anxiously through the channels as he awaited further news from Bishop Valspino. On television, several news channels had interrupted their regular programming during the past 10 minutes to carry the live feed coming out of the Göttingholm. Commentators were discussing Krish's accomplishments and speculating about his mysterious upcoming announcement. Cows cringed at the snowballing level of interest. I have seen this announcement already. 3 days ago, on the mountain of Montserrat, Edmund Krish had previewed an allied rough-cut version for Cobbs, Al-Fadil and Valspino. Now Cobbs suspected the world was about to see the same exact program. Tonight everything will change, he thought sadly. The phone rang and jolted Cobbs from his contemplation. He seized the handset. Valspino began without preamble. Yehuda, I am afraid I have some more bad news. In a somber voice, he conveyed a bizarre report that was now coming out of the United Arab Emirates. Cobbs covered his mouth in horror. Allama Al-Fadil committed suicide. That is what the authorities are speculating. He was found a short time ago, deep in the desert, as if he had simply walked out there to die. Valspino paused. All I can guess is that the strain of the last few days was too much for him. Cobbs considered the possibility, feeling a wave of heartbreak and confusion. He too had been struggling with the implication of Krish's discovery, and yet the idea that Allama Al-Fadil would kill himself in despair seemed wholly unlikely. Something is wrong here, Cobbs declared. I don't believe he would do such a thing. Valspino fell silent for a long time. I am glad you said that, he finally agreed. I have to admit, I too find it quite difficult to accept that this was a suicide. Then, who could be responsible? Anyone who wanted Edmund Krish's discovery to remain a secret. The bishop replied quietly. Someone who believed as we did, that his announcement was still weeks away. But Krish said nobody else knew about the discovery. Cows argued, only you, Allama Al-Fadil and myself. Maybe Krish lied about that too, but even if the three of us are the only one, he told, don't forget how desperately our friend Said Al-Fadil wanted to go public. It is possible that the Allama shared information about Krish's discovery with a colleague in the Emirates, and maybe that colleague believed, as I do, that Krish's discovery would have dangerous repercussions. Implying what? The Rabbi demanded angrily. That an associate of Al-Fadil killed him in order to keep this quiet? That is ridiculous. Rabbi, the bishop replied calmly, I certainly don't know what happened. I am only trying to imagine answers as you are. Cobbs exhaled. I am sorry. I am still trying to absorb the news of Said's death, as am I. And if Said was murdered for what he knew, then we need to be careful ourselves. It is possible that you and I are also targeted. Cobbs considered this. Once the news goes public, we are irrelevant. True, but it is not yet public. Your Grace, the announcement is only minutes away. Every station is carrying it. Yes, Valspino let out a tired sigh. It seemed I will have to accept that. My prayers have gone unanswered. Cobbs wondered if the bishop had literally prayed for God to intervene and change Krish's mind. Even when this goes public, Valspino said, we are not safe. I suspect Krish will take great pleasure in telling the world that he consulted with religious leaders 3 days ago. I am now wondering if an appearance of ethical transparency was his true motive for calling the meeting. And if he mentions us by name, well, you and I will become the focus of intense scrutiny and perhaps even criticism from our own flocks, who might believe we should have taken action. I am sorry, I am just. The bishop hesitated as if he had something more he wanted to say. What is it? Cobbs pressed. We can discuss it later. I will phone you again after we witness how Krish handled his presentation. Until then, please stay inside. Lock your doors. Speak to nobody and be safe. You are worrying me, Antonio. I don't mean to, Valspino replied. All we can do is wait and see how the world reacts. This is in God's hands now. Chapter 17. The breezy meadows inside the Guggenheim Museum had grown quiet after Edmund Krish's voice boomed down from the heaven. Hundreds of guests were reclined on blankets, gazing up into the dazzling sky of stars. Robert Langdon lay near the center of the field, caught up in the growing anticipation. Tonight, let us be children again, Krish's voice continued. Let us lie out beneath the stars, with our minds wide open to all possibilities. Langdon could feel the excitement rippling through the crowd. Tonight, let us be like the early explorers, Krish declared. Those who left everything behind and set out across vast oceans. Those who first glimpsed a land that had never before been seen. Those who fell in their knees in awestruck realization that the world was far greater than their philosophies had dared imagine. Their long-held beliefs about their world disintegrated in the face of new discovery. This will be our mindset tonight. Impressive, Langdon mused. Curious if Edmund's narration was pre-recorded or whether Krish himself was backstage somewhere reading from a script. My friends, Edmund's voice resounded above them. We have all gathered tonight to hear news of an important discovery. I ask your indulgence in allowing me to set the stage. Tonight, as with all shifters in human philosophy, it is critical we understand the historical context into which a moment like this is born. Thunder rolling in the distance. Right on cue, Langdon could feel the deep bass from the audio speakers rumbling in his gut to help us get acclimated tonight. Edmund continued, we are very fortunate to have with us a celebrated scholar, a legend in the world of symbols, codes, history, religion, and art. He is also a dear friend. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Harvard University Professor Robert Langdon. Langdon jolted up onto his elbows as the crowd clapped enthusiastically, and the stars overhead dissolved into a wide-angle shot of a large auditorium packed with people. On stage, Langdon paced back and forth in his hurry-steed jacket before a rapt audience. So, this is the role that Edmund mentioned, he thought, settling back uneasily into the grass. Early humans, Langdon lectured on screen, had a relationship of wonder with their universe, especially with those phenomena they could not rationally understand. To solve these mysteries, they created a vast pantheon of gods and goddesses to explain anything that was beyond their understanding. Thunder, tides, earthquakes, volcanoes, infertility, plagues, even love. This is surreal, Langdon thought, lying on his back and staring up at himself. For the early Greeks, the ebb and flow of the ocean was attributed to the shifting moods of Poseidon. On the ceiling, the image of Langdon dissolved, but his voice continued to narrate. Image of pounding ocean, surf materialized, shaking the entire room. Langdon watched in wonder as the crashing waves morphed into desolate, wind-whipped tundra of snowdrifts. From somewhere, a cold wind blew across the meadow. The seasonal change to winter, Langdon's voice-over continued, was caused by the planet's sadness at Persephone's annual abduction into the underworld. Now the air grew warm again, and from out of the frozen landscape, a mountain rose, climbing higher and higher, its peak erupting with sparks, smoke, and lava. For the Romans, Langdon narrated, volcanoes were believed to be the home of Vulcan, blacksmith to the gods, who worked in a giant forge beneath the mountain, causing flames to spout out of his chimney. Langdon smelled a passing whiff of sulfur and was amazed at how ingeniously Edmund had transformed Langdon's lecture into a multi-sensory experience. The rumbling of the volcano abruptly stopped. In the silence, crickets began chirping again, and a warm grassy breeze blew across the meadow. The ancients invented countless gods. Langdon's voice explained to explain not only the mysteries of their planets, but also the mysteries of their own bodies. Overhead, the twinkling constellations of stars reappeared, now superimposed with line drawings of the various gods they represented. Infertility was caused by falling out of favor with the goddess Juno. Love was the result of being targeted by Eros. Epidemics were explained as a punishment sent by Apollo. New constellation now lit up along with the imagine of new god. If you have read my books, Langdon's voice continued, you will have heard me use the term God of the gaps. That is to say, when the ancient experienced gaps in their understanding of the world around them, they filled those gaps with God. The sky filled now with a massive collage of painting and statues depicting dozens of ancient deities. Countless gods filled countless gaps, Langdon said, and yet over the centuries scientific knowledge increased. A college of mathematical and technical symbols flooded the sky overhead as the gaps in our understanding of the natural world gradually disappeared. Our pantheon of gods began to shrink. On the ceiling, the image of Poseidon came to the forefront. For example, when we learned that the tides were caused by lunar cycles, Poseidon was no longer necessary, and we banished him as a foolish myth of an unenlightened time. The image of Poseidon evaporated in a puff of smoke. As you know, the same fate befell all the gods, dying off one by one as they overlived their relevance to our evolving intellects. Overhead, the images of gods began tingling out one by one. Gods of thunder, earthquakes, plague, and on and on. As the number of images dwindled, Langdon added, but make no mistake about it, these gods did not go gentle into that good night. It is a messy process for a culture to abandon its deities. Spiritual beliefs are etched deeply on our psyches at a young age by those we love and trust most, our parents, our teachers, our religion leaders. Therefore, any religion shift occur over generation and not without great angst and often bloodshed. The sound of clattering swords and shouting now accompanied the gradual disappearance of the gods, whose images winged out one by one. Finally, the image of a single god remained, an iconic Vicent face with a flowing white beard. Zeus, Langdon declared, his voice powerful, the god of all god, the most feared and revered all the pagan deities. Zeus, more than any other god, resisted his own extinction, mounting a violent battle against the dying of his own light. Precisely as had the earlier gods, Zeus had replaced. On the ceiling flashed images of Stonehenge, the Sumerian cuneiform tablets, and the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Then Zeus burst returned. Zeus' followers were so resistant to giving up on their god that the conquering faith of Christianity had no choice but to adopt the face of Zeus as the face of their new god. On the ceiling, the bearded bust of Zeus dissolved seamlessly into a fresco of an identical bearded face, that of the Christian god, as depicted in Michelangelo's creation of Adam on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Today, we no longer believe in stories like those about Zeus, a boy raised by a god and given power by one-eyed creature called Cyclops. For us, with the benefit of modern thinking, these tales have all been classified as mythology, quaint fictional stories that give us an entertaining glimpse into our superstitious past. The ceiling now showed a photo of a dusty library shelf where leather-bound tomes on ancient mythology languished in the dark beside books on nature worship, Baal, Inanna, Osiris, and innumerable early mythologies. Things are different now. Langdon's deep voice declared, "We are the moderns." In the sky, fresh image appeared, crisp and sparkling photographs of space exploration, computer chips, medical lab, a particle accelerator, soaring jets. We are an intellectually evolved and technologically skilled people. We do not believe in giant blacksmiths working under volcanoes or in gods that control the tides or seasons. We are nothing like our ancient ancestors. Or are we? Langdon whispered inwardly, mouthing along with the playback. Or are we? Langdon intoned overhead. We consider ourselves modern, rational individuals, and yet our species' most widespread religion includes a whole host of magical claims. Humans inexplicable rising from the dead, miraculous virgin birth, vengeful gods that sent plagues and floods, mystical promises of an afterlife in cloud-swept heavens or fairy hells. As Langdon spoke, the ceiling flashed well-known Christian images of the resurrection, the Virgin Mary, Noah's Ark, the parting of the Red Sea, heaven and hell. So just for a moment, Langdon said, let us imagine the reaction of humankind's future historians and anthropologists with the benefit of perspective. Will they look back on our religious beliefs and categorize them as the mythologies of an unenlightened time? Will they look at our gods as we look at Zeus? Will they collect our secret scriptures and banish them to that dusty bookshelf of history? The question hung in the darkness for a long moment, and then, abruptly, Edmund Kirsch's voice broke the silence. Yes, Professor, the futurist boomed from on high. I believe all of that will happen. I believe future generations will ask themselves how a technologically advanced species like ours could possibly believe most of what our modern religion teaches. Kirsch's voice grew stronger as a new series of images flashed across the ceiling. Adam and Eve, a woman, shrouded in a burqa, a Hindu firework. I believe future generation will look at our current traditions, Kirsch declared, and conclude that we live during an unenlightened time. As evidences, they will point to our beliefs that we were divinely created in a magical garden, or that our omnipotent Creator demands that women cover their heads, or that we risk burning our own bodies to honor our gods. More images appeared. A fast-moving montage of photographs depicting religious ceremonies from around the world, from exorcisms and baptisms to body piercing and animal sacrifices. The slideshow concluded with a deeply unsettling video of an Indian cleric dangling a tiny infant over the edge of a 50-foot tower. Suddenly, the cleric let go, and the child plummeted 50 feet straight down into an outstretched blanket, which joyful villagers held like a fireman's net. The Krishneshwar temple drop, Langdon thought, recalling that it was believed by some to bring God's favor to a child. Thankfully, the disturbing video came to an end. In total darkness now, Krish's voice resonated overhead. How can it be that the modern human mind is capable of precise logical analysis and yet simultaneously permit us to accept religions, beliefs that should crumble beneath even the slightest rational scrutiny? Overhead, the brilliant sky of stars returned. As it turned out, Edmund concluded, the answer is quite simple. The stars in the sky grew suddenly, brighter and more substantial. Strands of connecting fiber appeared, running between the stars to form a seemingly infinite web of interconnected nodes. Neurons, Langdon realized just as Edmund began to speak. The human brain, Edmund declared, why does it believe what it believes? Overhead, several nodes flashed, sending pulses of electricity through the fibers to other neurons. Like an organic computer, Edmund continued, your brain has an operating system, a series of rules that organize and defines all of the chaotic input that flows in all day long. Languages, a catchy tune, a siren, the taste of chocolate. As you can imagine, the stream of incoming information is frequently diverse and relentless, and your brain must make sense of it all. In fact, it is the very programming of your brain's operating system that defines your perception of reality. Unfortunately, the joke's on us, because whoever wrote the program for the human brain had a twisted sense of humor. In other words, it's not our fault that we believe the crazy things we believe. The synapses overhead sizzled and familiar images bubbled up from the brain. Astrological charts, Jesus walking on water, the Egyptian god Osiris, Hinduism, four-armed elephant god Ganesha, and a marble statue of the Virgin Mary weeping literal tears. And so, as a programmer, I have to ask myself, what kind of bizarre operating system would create such illogical output? If we could look into the human mind and read its operating system, we would find something like this. Four words appeared in giant text overhead. Despise chaos, create order. This is our brain's root program, Edmund said, and therefore this is exactly how humans are inclined against chaos and in favor of order. The room trembled suddenly with a cacophony of discordant piano notes, as if a child were banging on a keyboard. Langdon and those around him tensed involuntarily. Edmund yelled over the clamor. The second of someone banging randomly on a piano is unbearable. And yet, if we take those same notes and arrange them in a better order, the haphazard din immediately halted, supplanted by the soothing melody of Debussy's Clair de Lune. Langdon felt his muscle relax and the tension in the rooms seemed to evaporate. Our brain rejoiced, Edmund said. Same notes, same instrument. But Debussy creates order, and it is the same rejoicing in the creation of order that prompts human to assemble jigsaw puzzles or straighten painting on a wall. Our predisposition to organization is written into our DNA, and so it should come as no surprise to us that the greatest invention the human mind has created is the computer, a machine designed specifically to help us create order out of chaos. In fact, the word in Spanish for computer is ordinator, quite literally that which create order. The image of a massive supercomputer appeared with a young man sitting at its long terminal. Just imagine, you have a powerful computer with access to all of the information in the world. You are permitted to ask this computer any question you like. Probably suggest you would eventually ask one of two fundamental questions that have captivated human since we first became self-aware. The man typed into the terminal and text appeared. Where do we come from? Where are we going? In other words, Edmund said, you should ask about our origin and our destiny. And when you ask those questions, this would be the computer's response. The terminal flashed. Insufficient data for accurate response. Not very helpful, Chris said, but at least it's honest. Now an image of a human brain appeared. However, if you ask this little biological computer, where do we come from? Something else happens. From out of the brain flowed a stream of religious images, God reaching out to infuse Adam and life. Prometheus crafting a primordial human out of mud. Brahma creating human from different parts of his own body. An African god parting the cloud and lowering two humans to earth. A Norse god fashioning a man and a woman out of driftwood. And now you ask, Edmund said, where are we going? More images flowed from the brain. Pristine heavens, fairy hells. Hieroglyphics of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Stone carving of astral projections. Greek rendering of the Elysian fields. Kabbalistic descriptions of Gilgal Neshamot. Diagrams of reincarnation from Buddhism and Hinduism. The theosophical circles of the Summerland. For the human brain, Edmund explained, any answer is better than no answer. We feel enormous discomfort when faced with insufficient data, and so our brains invent the data, offering us, at the very least, the illusion of order, creating myriad of philosophies, mythologies, and religions to reassure us that there is indeed an order and structure to the unseen world. As the religious images continued to flow, Edmund spoke with increasing intensity. Where do we come from? Where are we going? These fundamental questions of human existence have always obsessed me, and for years I have dreamed of finding the answers. Edmund paused, his tone turning somber. Tragically, on account of religious dogma, millions of people believe they already know the answer to these big questions, and because not every religion offers the same answers, entire culture ends up warring over whose answers are correct and which version of God's story is the one true story. The screen overhead erupted with images of gunfire and exploding mortar shells, a violent montage of photos depicting religious wars, followed by images of sobbing figures, displaced families, and civilian corpses. Since the beginning of religious history, our species has been caught in a never-ending crossfire. Atheists, Christians, Muslims, Jews, Hinduism, the faithful of all religions, and the only thing that unites us all is our deep longing for peace. The thundering images of war vanished and were replaced by the silent sky of glimmering stars. Just imagine what would happen if we miraculously learned the answers to life's big questions, if we all suddenly glimpsed the same unmistakable proof and realized we had no choice but to open our arms and accept it together as a species. The image of a priest appeared on the screen, his eyes closed in prayer. Spiritual inquiry has always been the realm of religion, which encourage us to have blind faith in its teachings, even when they make little logical sense. A collage of images depicting fervent believers now appeared, all with eyes closed, singing, bowing, chanting, praying. But faith, Edmund declared, by its very definition, requires placing your trust in something that is unseeable and indefinable, accepting as fact something for which there exists no empirical evidence. And so, understandably, we all end up placing our faith in different things because there is no universal truth. He paused, however. The images on the ceiling dissolved into a single photograph of a female student, eyes wide open and intense, staring down into microscope. Science is the antithesis of faith. Krish continued, science by definition is the attempt to find physical proof for that which is unknown or not yet defined, and to reject superstition and misperception in favor of observable fact. When science offers an answer, that answer is universal. Humans do not go to war over it, they really around it. The screen now played historical footage from labs at NASA, CERN, and elsewhere, where scientists of various races all lived up in shared joy and embraced as new pieces of information were unveiled. My friends, Edmund now whispered, I have made many predictions in my life and I am going to make another one tonight. He took a long, slow breath. The age of religion is drawing to a close, he said, and the age of science is dawning. A hush fell over the room. And tonight, mankind is about to make a quantum leap in that direction. The words sent an unexpected chill through Langdon. Whatever his mysterious discovery turned out to be, Edmund was clearly setting the stage for a major showdown between himself and the religions of the world. Chapter 18. ConspiracyNet.com. Edmund Krish Update. A future without religion in a live stream, currently reaching an unprecedented 3 million online viewers. Futurist Edmund Krish appears poised to announce a scientific discovery that he hints will answer two of humans' most enduring questions. After an enticing pre-recorded introduction by Harvard professor Robert Langdon, Edmund Krish has launched into a hard-hitting critique of religious belief in which he has just made the bold prediction: the age of religion is drawing to be close. So far tonight, the well-known atheist appears to be a bit more restrained and respectful than usual. For a collection of Krish past anti-religious rants, click here. Chapter 19. Outside the fabric wall of the domed theatre, Admiral Avila moved into position, hidden from view by a maze of scaffolding. By staying low, he had kept his shadow hidden and was now ensconced only inches from the outer skin of the wall near the front of the auditorium. Silently, he reached into his pocket and removed the rosary beads. Timing will be critical. Inching his hands along the string of beads, he found the heavy metal crucifix. Amused that the guards manning the metal detectors downstairs had let this object slip past them without a second glance, using a razor blade hidden in the stem of the crucifix, Admiral Avila cut a 6-inch vertical slit in the fabric wall. Gently, he parted the opening and peered through into another world, a wooded field where hundreds of guests were reclining on blankets and staring up at the stars. They cannot imagine what is coming. Avila was pleased to see that the two Guardia Real agents had taken up position on the opposite side of the field, near the right from corner of the auditorium. They stood at rigid attention, nestled discreetly in the shadows of some trees. In the dim light, they would be unable to see Avila until it was too late. Near the guards, the only other person standing was museum director Umbra Vidal, who seemed to be shifting uncomfortably as she watched Krish's presentation. Contented with his position, Avila closed the slit and refocused his attention on his crucifix. Like most crosses, he had two short arms that made up the transverse bar on this cross. However, the arms were magnetically attached to the vertical stem and could be removed. Avila grabbed one of the cruciform's arms and forcefully bent it. The piece came off in his hand and a small object fell out. Avila did the same on the other side, leaving the crucifix armless, now just a rectangle of metal on a heavy chain. It slid the beaded chain back into his pocket for safekeeping. I will need this shortly. He now focused on the two small objects that had been hidden inside the arms of the cross, two short-range bullets. Avila reached behind him, fishing under his belt, pulling from the small of his back the object he had smuggled in beneath his suit jacket. Several years had passed since an American kid named Cody Wilson had designed the Liberator, the first 3D printed polymer gun, and the technology had improved exponentially. The new ceramic and polymer firearms still did not have much power, but what they lacked in range, they more than made up for by being invisible to metal detector. All I need to do is get close. If all went as planned, his current location would be perfect. The regent had somehow gained inside information about the precise layout and sequence of event this evening, and he had made it very clear how Avela's mission should be carried out. The result would be brutal, but having now witnessed Edmund Krish's godless preamble, Avela felt confident that his sin here tonight would be forgiven. Our enemies are waging war, the regent had told him. We must either kill or be killed. Standing against the war wall in the right front corner of the auditorium, Ambra Vidal hoped she did not look as uncomfortable as she felt. Edmund told me this was a scientific program. The American futurist had never been shy about his distaste for religion, but Ambra had never imagined tonight's presentation would display such hostility. Edmund refused to let me preview it. There would certainly be fallout with the museum board members, but Ambra's concerns right now were far more personal. A couple of weeks ago, Ambra had confided in a very influential man about her involvement in tonight's event. The man had strongly urged her not to participate. He had warned for the dangers of blindly hosting a presentation without any knowledge of its content, especially when it was produced by the well-known, iconic Edmund Krish. He practically ordered me to cancel, she remembered, but his self-righteous tone made me too incensed to listen. Now, as Ambra stood alone beneath the star-filled sky, she wondered if that man was sitting somewhere watching this live stream, his head in his hands. Of course, he is watching, she thought. The real question is, will he lash out? Inside Almudena Cathedral, Bishop Valspinov was sitting rigidly at his desk, eyes glued to his laptop. He had no doubt that everyone in the nearby royal palace was also watching this program, especially Prince Julian, the next in line for the throne of Spain. The prince must be ready to explode. Tonight, one of Spain's most respected museums was collaborating with a prominent American atheist to broadcast what religion pundits were already calling a blasphemous anti-Christian publicity stunt, further fanning the flames of controversy. The museum director hosting tonight's event was one of Spain's newest and most visible celebrities, the spectacularly beautiful Ambra Vidal, a woman who for the past 2 months had dominated Spanish headlines and enjoyed the overnight adoration of an entire country. Incredibly, Miss Vidal had chosen to put everything at risk by hosting tonight's full-scale attack on God. Prince Julian will have no choice but to comment his impending role as Spain's sovereign Catholic figurehead would be only a small part of the challenge he would face in dealing with tonight's event. Of substantially greater concern was that just last month Prince Julian had made a joyous declaration that launched Umbra Vidal into the national spotlight. He had announced their engagement to be married. Chapter 20. Robert Langdon was feeling uneasy about the direction of this evening event. Edmund's presentation was skating dangerously close to becoming a public denunciation of faith in general. Langdon wondered if Edmund had somehow forgotten that he was speaking not only to the group of agnostic scientists in this room, but also to the millions of people around the globe who were watching online. Clearly, his presentation was devised to ignite controversy. Langdon was troubled by his own appearance in the program, and although Edmund certainly meant the video as a tribute, Langdon had been an involuntary flashpoint for religious controversy in the past, and he preferred not to repeat the experience. Krish, however, had mounted a premeditated audiovisual assault on religion, and Langdon was now staring to rethink his nonchalant dismissal of the voicemail Edmund had received from Bishop Valspino. Edmund's voice again filled on room, the visuals dissolving overhead into a collage of religious symbols from around the world. I must admit, Edmund's voice declared, I have had reservations about tonight's announcement and particularly about how it might affect people of faith. He paused and so. 3 days ago, I did something a bit out of character for me in an effort to show respect to religious viewpoints and to gauge how my discovery might be received by people of various faiths. I quietly consulted with 3 prominent religious leaders, scholars of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, and I shared with them this discovery. Hushed murmurs echoed throughout the room. As I expected, all 3 men reacted with profound surprise, concern, and yes, every anger at what I revealed to them. And while their reactions were negative, I want to thank them for graciously meeting with me. I will do them the courtesy of not revealing their name, but I do want to address them directly tonight and thank them for not attempting to interfere with this presentation. He paused. God knows they could have. Langdon listened, amazed. At now, definitely Edmund was walking a thin line and covering his bases. Edmund's decision to meet with religious leaders suggested an open-mindedness, trust, and impartiality for which the futurist was not generally known. The meeting at Montserrat, Langdon now suspected, had been part research mission and part public relations maneuver. A clever get-out-of-jail-free card, he thought. Historically, Edmund continued, religious fervor has always suppressed scientific program, and so tonight I implore religious leaders around the world to react with restraint and understanding to what I am about to say. Please let us not repeat the bloody violence of history. Let us not make the mistake of our past. The images on the ceiling dissolved into a drawing of an ancient walled city, a perfectly circular metropolis located on the banks of a river that flowed through a desert. Langdon recognized it at once as ancient Baghdad, its usual circular construction fortified by three concentric walls topped by merlons and embrasures. In the 8th century, Edmund said the city of Baghdad rose to prominence as the greatest center of learning on earth, welcoming all religions, philosophers, and sciences to its universities and libraries. For 500 years, the outpouring of scientific innovation that flowed from city was like nothing the world had ever seen, and its influence is still felt today in modern culture. Overhead, the sky of stars reappeared, these many of stars, bearing names beside them: Vega, Belengus, Regal, Algebra, Deneb, Akrab, Italpha. Their names are all derived from Arabic, Edmund said. To this day, more than 2/3 of the stars in the sky have named from that language because they were discovered by astronomers in Arab world. The sky rapidly filled with so many stars with Arabic names that the heavens were nearly blotted out. The names dissolved again, leaving only the expanse of heavens. And of course, if we want to count the stars, Roman numerals began appearing one by one beside the brightest stars. The numbers stopped abruptly and disappeared. We don't use Roman numerals, Edmund said. We use Arabic numerals. The numbering now began again using Arabic numbering system. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You may also recognize these Islamic inventions, Edmund said, and we all still use their Arabic names. The word algebra floated across the sky, surrounded by a series of multivariable equations. Next came the word algorithm with a diverse array of formulas. Then azimuth with a diagram depicting angles on an earth horizon. The flow accelerated. Nadir, zenith, alchemy, chemistry, sulfur, elixir, alcohol, alkaline, zero. As the familiar Arabic words streamed by, Langdon thought how tragic it was that so many Americans pictured Baghdad simply as one of those many dusty, war-torn Middle Eastern cities in the news, never knowing it was once the very heart of human scientific programs. By the end of the 11th century, Edmund said, the greatest intellectual exploration and discovery on earth was taking place in and around Baghdad. Then, almost overnight, that changed. A brilliant scholar named Hamid al-Ghazali, now considered one of the most influential Muslims in history, wrote a series of persuasive texts questioning the logic of Plato and Aristotle and declaring mathematics to be the philosophy of the devil. This began a confluence of events that undermined scientific thinking. The study of theology was made compulsory. Eventually, the entire Islamic scientific movement collapsed. The scientific words overhead evaporated and were replaced by images of Islamic religious texts. Revelation replaced investigation, and to this day, the Islamic scientific world is still trying to recover. Edmund posed, of course, the Christian scientific world did not fare any better. Painting of the astronomers Copernicus, Galileo and Bruno appeared on the ceiling. The church's systematic murder, imprisonment and denunciation of some of history's most brilliant scientific minds delayed human progress by at least a century. Fortunately, today, with our better understanding of the benefits of science, the church has tempted its attack. Edmund sighed, or has it? A globe logo with a crucifix and serpent appeared with the text Madrid Declaration on Science and Life. Right here in Spain, the World Federation of the Catholic Medical Association recently declared war on genetic engineering, proclaiming that science lacks soul and therefore should be restrained by the church. The globe logo now transformed into a different circle, a schematic blueprint for a massive particle accelerator. And this was Texas Superconducting Super Collider, slating to be the largest particle collider in the world with the potential for exploring the very moment of creation. This machine was ironically positioned in the heart of Americans' Bible Belt. The image dissolved into a massive ring-shaped cement structure stretching out across the Texas desert. The facility was only half built, covered with dust and dirt, apparently abandoned midway through its construction. Americans' Super Collider could have enormously advanced humankind's understanding of the universe, but the project was cancelled due to cost overruns and political pressure from some startling sources. A news clip showed a young televangelist waving the best-selling book, The God Particle, and angrily shouting, "We should be looking for God inside our hearts, not inside the atoms." Spending billions on this absurd experiment is an embracement to the state of Texas and an affront to God. Edmund's voice returned. These conflicts I have described, those in which religious superstition has trumped reason, are merely skirmishes in an ongoing war. The ceiling blazed suddenly with a collage of violent images from modern society. Picket lines outside genetic research labs, a priest setting himself on fire outside a transhumanism conferences, evangelism, shaking their fists and holding up the book of genetics, a Jewish fish eating a Darwin fish, angry religious billboards condemning stem cell research, gay rights and abortion, along with equally angry billboards in response. As Langdon lay in the darkness, he could feel his heart pounding. For a moment, he thought the grass beneath him was trembling, as if a subway were approaching. Then, as the vibration grew stronger, he realized the earth was indeed shaking. Deep, rolling vibrations thundered up through the grass beneath his back, and the entire dome trembled with a roar. The roar, Langdon now recognized, was the sound of a thundering river rapids being broadcast through the subwoofers beneath the turf. He felt a cold, damp mist swirling across the face and body, as if he were lying in the middle of the raging river. Do you hear the sound? Edmund called over the booming rapids. That is the inexorable swelling of the river of scientific knowledge. The water roared even louder now, and the mist felt wet on Langdon's cheeks. Since man first discovered fire, Edmund shouted, this river has been gaining power. Every discovery became a tool with which we made new discoveries, each time adding a drop to this river. Today we ride the crest of a tsunami, a deluge that rages forward with unstoppable force. The room trembled more violently still. Where do we come from? Edmund yelled. Where are we going? We have always been destined to find the answers. Our methods of inquiry has been evolving exponentially for millennia. The mist and wind waved through the room now, and the thundering of the river reached an almost deafening pitch. Consider this, Edmund declared. It took early humans over a million years to progress from discovering fire to inventing the wheel. Then it took only a few thousand years to invent the printing press. Then it took only a couple hundred years to build a telescope. In the centuries that followed, in ever shortening spans, we bounded from the steam engine to gas-powered automobiles to the space shuttle, and then it took only 2 decades for us to start modifying our own DNA. We now measure scientific progress in months, Chris shouted, advancing at a mind-boggling pace. It will not take long before today's fastest supercomputer will look like an abacus. Today's most advanced surgical methods will seem barbaric, and today's energy sources will seem as quaint to us as using a candle to light a room. Edmund's voice and the roar of pounding water continued in the thundering darkness. The early Greeks had to look back centuries to study ancient culture, but we need look back only a single generation to find those who lived without the technologies we take for granted today. The timeline of human development is compressing. The space that separates ancient and modern is shrinking to nothing at all. And for this reason, I give you my word that the next few years in human development will be shocking, disruptive, and wholly unimaginable. Without warning, the thundering of the river stopped. The sky of stars returned. So did the warm breeze and the crickets. The guests in the room seemed to exhale in unison. In the abrupt silence, Edmund's voice returned at a whisper. My friends, he said softly, I know you are here because I promised you a discovery, and I thank you for indulging me in a bit of preamble. Now let us throw off the shackles of our past thinking. It is time for us to share in the thrill of discovery. With those words, lo, creeping fog rolled in from all sides, and the sky overhead began to glow with a pre-dawn light, faintly illuminating the audience below. Suddenly a spotlight blazed in life and spun dramatically to the back of the hall. Within a moment, nearly all the guests were sitting up, craning backward through the fog in anticipation of seeing their host appear in the flesh. After a few seconds, however, the spotlight swung back into front from the room. The audience turned with it. There, at the Front of the room, smiling in the blaze of the spotlight, stood Edmund Krish. His hands were resting confidently on the side of a podium that seconds ago had not been there. "Good evening, friends," the great showman said amiably as the fog began to lift. Within a second, people were on their feet, giving their host a wild standing ovation. Langdon joined them, unable to hold back his smile, leaving it to Edmund to appear in a puff of smoke. So far, tonight's presentation, despite being antagonistic toward religious faith, had been a tour de force. Bold and unflinching, like the man himself, Langdon now understood why the world's growing population of freethinkers so idolized Edmund. If nothing else, he speaks his mind in a way few others would dare. When Edmund's face appeared on the screen overhead, Langdon noticed he looked far less pale than before, clearly having been professionally made up. Even so, Langdon could tell his friend was exhausted. The applause continued so loudly that Langdon barely felt the vibration in his breast pocket. Instinctively, he reached in to grab his phone, but suddenly realized it was off. Strangely, the vibration was coming from the other device in his pocket, the bone conduction headset, through which Vincent now seemed to be talking very loudly. Lousy timing. Langdon fished the transceiver from his jacket pocket and fumbled it into place on his head. The instant the nod touched his jawbone, Vincent's accented voice materialized in Langdon's head. "Professor Langdon, are you there? The phones are disabled. You are my only contact, Professor Langdon." "Yes, Vincent, I am here," Langdon replied over the sound of applause around him. "Thank goodness," Vincent said. "Listen carefully. We may have a serious problem." Chapter 21. As a man who had experienced countless moments of triumph on the world stage, Edmund Krish was eternally motivated by achievement, but the seldom felt total contentment. In this instant, however, standing at the podium receiving a wild ovation, Edmund permitted himself the thrilling joy of knowing he was about to change the world. "Sit down, my friend," he willed them. "The best is yet to come." As the fog dissipated, Edmund resisted the urge to glance skyward, where he knew a close-up of his own face was being projected across the ceiling and also to millions of people around the world. This is a global moment, he thought profoundly. It transcends borders, class, and creeds. Edmund glanced to his left to give a nod of gratitude to Umbra Vidal, who was watching from the corner and had worked tirelessly with him to mount this spectacle. To his surprise, however, Umbra was not looking at him. Instead, she was staring into the crowd, his expression a mask of concern. Something wrong, Umbra thought, watching from the wings. In the center of the room, a tall, elegantly dressed man was pushing his way through the crowd, waving his arm and heading in Umbra's direction. "That is Robert Langdon," she realized, recognizing the American professor from Krish's video. Langdon was approaching fast, and both of Umbra's Guardia agents immediately stepped away from the wall, positioning themselves to intercept him. "What does he want?" Umbra sensed alarm in Langdon's expression. She spun toward Edmund at the podium, wondering if he had noticed this commotion as well. But Edmund Krish was not looking at the audience. Eerily, he was staring directly at her. "Edmund, Something wrong. In that instant, an ear-splitting crack echoed inside the dome, and Edmund's head jolted backward. Umbra watched in abject horror as a red crater blossomed in Edmund's forehead. His eyes rolled silently backward, but his hands held firmly to the podium as his entire body went rigid. He teetered for an instant, his face a mask of confusion, and then, like a falling tree, his body tipped to one side and plummeted toward the floor, his blood-spattered head bouncing hard on the artificial turf as he hit the ground. Before Umbra could even comprehend what she had witnessed, she felt herself being tackled to the ground by one of the Guardia agents. Time stood still. Then, pandemonium, illuminated by the glowing projection of Edmund's bloody corpse. A tidal wave of guests stamped toward the back of the hall, trying to escape any more gunfire. As chaos broke out around him, Robert Langdon felt riveted in place, paralyzed by shock. Not far away, his friend lay crumpled on his side, still facing the audience, the bullet hole in his forehead gushing red. Cruelly, Edmund's lifeless face was being illuminated in the stark glare of the spotlight on the television camera, which sat unattended on a tripod, apparently still broadcasting a live feed to the domed ceiling and also to the world. As if removing through a dream, Langdon felt himself running to the TV camera and plunging it skyward, pivoting the lens away from Edmund. Then he turned and looked through the tangle of fleeing guests toward the podium and his fallen friend, knowing for certain that Edmund was gone. My God, I tried to alert you, Edmund, but Vincent's warning came too late. Not far from Edmund's body on the floor, Langdon saw a Guardia agent crouching, protecting over Umbra Vidal. Langdon hurried directly toward her, but the agent reacted on instinct, launching himself upward and outward, taking 3 long strides and driving his body into Langdon's. The Guardia's shoulder crashed squarely into Langdon's sternum, expelling every bit of air in Langdon's lungs and sending a shock wave of pain through his body as he sailed backward through the air, landing hard on the artificial turf before he could even take a breath. Powerful hands flipped him into his stomach, twisted his left arm behind his back, and pressed an iron palm into the back of his head, leaving Langdon totally immobilized with his left cheek smashed into the turf. You know about this before it happened, the Guardian shouted. How are you involved? 20 yards away, Guardia real agent Rafa Dace scrambled through throngs of fleeting guests and tried to reach the spot on the side wall where he had seen the flash of a gunshot. Umbra Vidal is safe, he assured himself, having seen his partner pull her to the floor and cover her body with his own. In addition, Dace felt certain there was nothing to be done for the victim. Edmund Krish was dead before he hit the ground. Eerily, Dace noted. One of the guests appeared to have had advance warning of the attack, rushing the podium only an instant before the gunshot. Whatever the reason, Days knew it could wait. At the moment, he had only one task: apprehend the shooter. As Days arrived at the site of the telltale flash, he found a slit in the fabric wall and plunged his hand through the opening, violently tearing the hole all the way down to the floor and clambering out the dome into a maze of scaffolding. To his felt left, the agent caught a glimpse of a figure, a tall man dressed in a white military uniform, sprinting toward the emergency exit at the far side of the enormous space. An instant later, the fleeting figure crashed through the door and disappeared. Days gave pursuit, weaving through the electronic outside the dome and finally bursting through the door into a cement stairwell. He peered over the railing and saw the fugitive 2 floors below, spirally downward at breakneck speed. Days raced after him, leaping 5 stairs at a time. Somewhere below, the exit door crashed, opened loudly and then slammed shut again. He exited the building. Then Days reached the ground floor. He sprinted to the exit, a pair of double doors with horizontal push bars, and threw all of his weight into them. The doors, rather than flying open like those upstairs, moved only an inch and then jammed to a stop. Days' body crashed into the wall of steel, and he landed in a heap, a searing pain erupting in his shoulder. Shaken, he pulled himself up and tried the doors again, then opened just far enough to allow him to glimpse the problem. Strangely, the outer door handles had been bound shut by a loop of wire, a string of beads wrapped around the handles from the outside. Days' confusion deepened with the realization that the pattern of the beads was quite familiar to him, as it would be to any good Spanish Catholic. Is that a rosary? Using all of his force, Days heaved his aching body into the doors again, but the string of beads refused to break. He stared again through the narrow opening, fabled both by the presence of a rosary and also by his inability to break it. Hola, he shouted through the doors. Hey, Algain. Silence. Through the slit in the door, Days could make out a high concrete wall and a deserted service alley. Chances were slim that anyone would be coming by to remove the loop. Seeing no other option, he grabbed his handgun from the holster beneath his blazer. He cocked the weapon and extended the barrel through the doorway slit. He pressed the muzzle into the string of rosary beads. I am firing a bullet into a holy rosary. Q. Dios me, pardon. The remaining pieces of the crucifix bobbed up and down before Days' eye. He pulled the trigger. The gunshot thundered in the cement landing and the doors flew open. The rosary shattered and Days lurched forward, staggering out into the empty alley as rosary beads bounced across the pavement all around him. The assassin in white was gone. 100 meters away, Admiral Luis Avila sat in silence in the back seat of the black Renault that now accelerated away from the museum. That tensile strength of the veteran fiber on which Avila had strung the rosary beads had done its job, delaying his pursuers just long enough. And now I am gone. As Avila's car sped northwest along the meandering Nervion River and disappeared along the fast-moving cars on the Avenida Abendora. Admiral Avila finally permitted himself to exhale. His mission tonight could not have gone any more smoothly. In his mind, he began to hear the joyful strains of the Oriamenti hymn, its age-old lyrics once sung in bloody battle right here in Bilbao. For Dios, por la patria, y la re. Avila sang in his mind, for God, for country and king. The battle cry had long since been forgotten, but the war had just begun.